Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming back to be with me. Somebody is asking if I think that Sarah's latest testimony would change the doctor's thoughts. I don't think so and the reason I say that is because the doctor was saying, using Sarah's own words, we had a good day, etc., etc. And the doctor is also trained to look for malingering, fabrication, and she knows that only 22 days ago, Sarah's story was one thing, and then now it's another. And the reason Sarah's story changed in the last 22 days is because she needed to change it to be able to sling mud at Mr. Torres. So I personally don't think her opinion would change. So, Nikki, it's evening where you are. Hi, Finland. Roz says it's after midnight for me. This is gripping. There are parts that a lot of people find boring, but I'm very interested in all of it. It might just be because of my background. Isaiah is saying, I feel a little better now. KPM says, just was listening to some women who are body experts, and they have a completely different viewpoint on what we saw this morning, and it amazes me. Interesting. When you look at body language, so body language does matter. Linguistics matters a lot. When you look at body language, you are seeing stressors, indications of stress, and stress can be due to any number of things. You see whether or not illustrators occur on time, that sort of thing. And you can have an illustrator that occurs on time because you've rehearsed your story. So you can't look at body language in a vacuum or to the exclusion of everything else. It's all part of the whole thing. Jackie's asking, where's the group yoga meditation sessions after the trial? Yeah, self-care is really important. You got Elle says you got kicked out of a stream because you said they got a fact mixed up. Yeah. You know, if you're feeling something, if you're feeling something because all of this has triggered that feeling, if you're feeling something because you have a belief, a history, whatever the reason, no one can argue with your feelings. Facts, though, they're a different thing. Brenda is saying that Sarah Boone signed away all media rights to Owens in exchange for counsel. Uh, that wouldn't surprise me. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if that is a fact. So I'm wondering where I believe you, Brenda, that you believe that. I'm wondering what the source of that information is. Because there's a lot of speculation about that. And from the beginning, I suspected that that may be the case. Because Sarah would be subject to Son of Sam laws, but Owens would not. Brenda's asking if this is a conflict of interest, potentially. And that's why the state put forward the document that they did that we talked about this morning, because everybody has to be on the same page. They have to understand and make sure that Sarah understands if this is a conflict of interest, that she understands that and she's waiving that. Zen Scout says, feel feelings before they feel you. Interesting. I was thinking this morning, or after this morning, I just want to check in on the stream here. Okay. Maybe we have a minute to do this. There's something I used to do, my partner and I used to do before every shift. And I'm going to describe it. I'm not going to ask anyone to disclose anything in the chat that you're not comfortable with. I don't want you to make yourself more vulnerable. Definitely protect yourself. But this is an exercise that can be helpful, and maybe we can try it here. And this is what we did. So at the beginning of the shift, we would just sit together, quiet, and think to ourselves, check in with ourselves. Where am I in my head right now? How was my day? Am I tired? Is there anything irritating me that I've just been pushing aside? Is there anything going on with me that is going to affect how I view things? Is there anything going on? Am I tired? So I might say to myself, okay, I'm really tired and we've been working a lot and I'm tired. I know I might come across as short or impatient. So I know, okay, I need to check myself and make sure that I'm not acting like that, right? To be aware. And my partner would do the same. And so he might say to me, I had a fight with my girlfriend just before we left, and I'm really feeling really amped up right now. So it's not my responsibility to fix him or fix his problem. We don't get into that. But he has acknowledged to himself, okay, this is where I am right now. And so I'm going to check myself. And I know that about him now. So I know that if I see something through the course of our shift, I can be more understanding. I can be more gentle. I can make sure that I avoid things that might get him amped up even more. So we can do that at least to some degree in chat. Some people might be very sensitive and take things the wrong way if they're in a really vulnerable or upset or stressed out place. If you have been attacked, let's say, in chats or been had someone cruel to you, you might resort to that interpretation right away when the other person doesn't mean it. The priority here is you and your well-being. You do what you need to do to make sure you take care of yourself, and hopefully everybody is kind and trying to take care of each other. And taking care of each other doesn't mean you go and solve somebody else's problem on an internet chat, right? We don't want to get that vulnerable in a public space. If some of you are friends outside of here and talk to each other, then that's great. If you're ticked off about what's going on in this trial, it's fine for you to say, oh my gosh, this is driving me crazy. Oh, this makes me mad. Oh, this isn't fair. Whatever it is, it's okay. And it's okay to joke and all of that. But I don't know, I just wanted to tell you that thing that my partner and I used to do. It really helped us work well as a team and helped us compensate for each other. And just checking in with oneself is a really good exercise because it prevents you from sort of walking blindly into a problem that didn't need to happen. So I'm just throwing that out there. So Carrie is saying it's difficult to look after yourself when you put others first. Yeah. Yep, it is. My whole job was looking after other people in the worst moments of their lives, in stressful moments, in dangerous moments, in traumatic moments. And that's why my partner and I did that. Because if I'm coming in, with some issue and I'm going to get triggered, that's bad, right? You could put your life at risk in those situations. That's really bad. And I needed to be able to concentrate on the people I was dealing with and trying to help in the worst moments of their lives. There's no room for me in that. It's about them. And so that's why I needed to check in with myself and my partner. Kathy said, someone said my opinion was uneducated. That's their opinion. Yep. Yep. Can't tell you how many times that somebody comes to me. It took me years and years and years of education and work experience and everything else to know what I know. But someone who, read something online comes in and says, yeah, you're an idiot. I know more than you. You know, Bob at the corner bar knows more. So, eh, who cares? Who cares what their opinion is of you? Oh, I'm sorry, Nala, that you didn't feel safe at another place. I'm sorry. The internet is really can be really difficult. You should see some of the emails I get. So you definitely have to protect yourself. William Carl says fixing machines is easy compared to dealing with people in their worst moment. Yeah. And people are messy, right? We're not all the same. Something that bothers you might not bother me, or something that bothers me might seem silly to you. So feelings are valid. We all have our experiences, the lens we look through. It's all different, and that's okay. Thank you, Christy, for your comments. Cat Lady is saying, I just want things to be fair with this trial, and I feel like the defense is trying to play games to prevent justice. Uh huh. And, somebody who believes that Sarah Boone is innocent would be saying, yeah, Owens is doing the right thing. I think he's playing games, but, it's kind of his job. Rosie, we're all entitled to our opinions as long as we're respectful to each other. Yeah. And I have to admit that sometimes I can get a little bit blunt or a little bit short when somebody has an opinion that isn't based on evidence or fact. They just say, "Well, I just think that." It's like I I want to believe this, therefore I'm going to believe this. So I do get a bit irritated and a bit short. And that, I do. I could probably be nicer in my tone sometimes, but I'm not. Juno, I still wonder about Owen's motives. Yep. Uh huh. He doesn't strike me as an altruistic guy. Jackie says, respect opinion, defend fact. Yeah. GB says, if it wasn't for Kranick, Owens would trash this trial. Possibly. Blink Bunny says, why do you think Owens took this case? I don't know. It's a good question. It's not because he's like this altruistic guy, in my opinion. I can't state it. I don't have facts to back up what his motivations are. Criminal Minds is asking, do you think the jury can see that Owens might be scared of what the doctor might say about Sarah? That's possible. It's also possible that depending on where the jury members are in their heads, I mean, if they're feeling great compassion for Sarah at this moment, they might think Owens is protecting her or that the prosecutor is the big bad wolf. Nikki's asking, do you think the jury are impressed by seeing Sarah has such a big defense team? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me to get into the head of jurors because I think differently. I've worked in the field, right? You guys are actually a better judge of that than I am. There are times that juries have done things and I've thought, what the heck? And sometimes you get questions back from juries. They send in a question and you're like, what the crap does this have to do with anything? Sometimes they're bizarre. BJM, I keep thinking about when it dawned on George this was it. Yeah. We don't know. Yeah. It's awful. I cannot imagine what his family has been through. Burgett says Owens just kisses Sarah's ring, in my opinion. Yeah. CJ and PA is saying, yeah, we don't get to see any of the jurors' faces or reactions. Paige is pointing out, I think the jury not only hears and sees the interruptions, they can feel the tension and loss of momentum. Yeah, I agree. Yes. When you're physically there, it is different. Yeah, you can feel that. Just checking the stream. Got nothing yet. Gina's asking, is the rebuttal done? No, they are at the very beginning. And Owens is having a conniption. CB, it's constantly on my mind what George was thinking at the end. And, we'll never know. It's great that you can put yourself in that position and have that kind of empathy and compassion. Don't don't try and avoid the thoughts, because when you push away thoughts, they can then become intrusive. But do remind yourself not to dwell on that. There's nothing you can do about it. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. And sometimes taking care of yourself means occupying your mind with something completely different. Castro is asking, will we get closing arguments today? I don't think so. Purple Butterfly says poor George knew that once Sarah went to bed, she was going to be out. I don't know if George knew that Sarah went to bed. I suspect he was quiet before she went to bed. CB, I just feel so bad for him. Yeah, me too. Me too. And I think that's part of why I get so angry when he is so completely vilified. I'm not saying he's a saint. He didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that, right? It was pretty horrendous. I I remember having to assist a guy who I'd been on the opposite side of. So this guy was well known to police. He he was horrible. He was violent. He did all kinds of terrible things. And I ended up having to advocate for him when he became a victim of a crime. Because it doesn't matter. It's not okay, right? I can say, you know what? He was a bad guy. I'm talking about my case here. He was a bad guy. He victimized other people, all of that. And that doesn't negate what was done to him and the fact that that wasn't okay either. Nikki's asking, will both sides have a pre-imposed time limit for their closing? We saw that in the Karen Reed trial. I hope not. I don't know. William Carl said, this is a tough one to say, stay centered on. I find myself emotional sometimes. Yeah. And you know what? If you're finding yourself emotional, it means you have empathy. It is normal. Take it as a good sign that you're still capable of feeling. It would be, unusual if you felt nothing. Aaron is pointing out, someone pointed out there was a drop cloth on the floor when the TV was being destroyed. Oh, I didn't catch that. Good catch. That would suggest that this was set up. Super Kelly saying, I agree, it's never okay. That's why I hate the Bubba's gonna get you in jail. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I don't like that either. I don't say that stuff. Cox, very emotional over this trial. Yep, it's okay. You're normal. You're normal. And most of the rest of us are the same as you. Shanna the banana says there's also a crack in the screen already. I didn't catch that either. I was really focusing on him. Oh, so somebody's saying no, there isn't a drop cloth. I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and look then. My cat likes true crime is saying waiting for Brian in rebuttal, hoping he discloses how much this damages Lucas. I think that will be irrelevant. It's not relevant to the crime. What is relevant, however, is that Sarah would go after him. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that in, though. Audrey, people find it horrific even when a deceased person's body is placed in a suitcase after the fact. I think the jury will not be able to get past the fact that he was placed in it while he was alive. Yeah. Yeah. Nikki says the TV thing looked totally set up. And George looked very weak and breathless. Yeah. I'm going to check. Oh, here we go.
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Steve Ketchtor on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin back on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Are we prepared to bring back in our jury at this time, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll make another motion. Judge, I've had a chance to read this transcript, and I'd like to draw your attention to a few pages.
Which transcript are we referring to, sir?
The October 4th, 2024 deposition of the October 4th, 2024 deposition of Dr. Tanya Werner.
Okay. Yes, sir. I have it in front of me.
May I sit?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to page 38 at the very bottom, line 21. Answer, I need to go through my notes and think about it and process it. But I had other depositions, as you were aware yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I had not had time to process through all of my notes prior to this deposition today. Page 39, line 2. Well, doctor, I'm not trying to inconvenience you. You know, the judge set for October 7th for jury selection. Line 5, she answered, okay. Question at 6, but I don't anticipate your testimony would be until later, you know. Maybe we could discontinue your deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and then you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. And at 13, Mr. J says, what is your position?
This was addressed and remedied, Mr. Owens. Stop it. Or maybe come up with the new what's the new argument in the legal grounds? Holy crap.
And at 14, Mr. J, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me, so that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there becomes a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once the jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. Line 23, Mr. Owens, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, and obviously that creates an issue. The witness on line 4, page 40. But if that happens, I can bring that forward, and then you can add to your deposition at that point. If my opinions change after having reviewed further. Line 8, Mr. Owens. Mr. J. Line 9, Mr. J. I think you need to plow ahead. This is our time where the court reporter is prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the weekend, and if something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report, and then B, if you need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited
It's Groundhog Day.
subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. Line 23, page 40. Mr. Owens, I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting that we just said at the very beginning. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnoses or opinions. Then Mr. J goes, I think he gets confused about an issue relating to a diagnosis of an adjustment disorder or anxiety disorder. So we get down to the bottom of page 41, line 22, Mr. J. Okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if we have other topics to depose her on, then I would suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know and we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, absolutely. That was our understanding. I've been ambushed by a new opinion.
You were so ambushed that you had notes, a list of questions for the doctor on this very topic. That's how ambushed you were. You were so ambushed that you even had your notes tabbed. Come on.
That I was not made aware of by any kind of report. I was not notified by Dr. Werner. I was not notified by the state attorney, William J. I first heard about the opinion when she testified to it, and I objected to it, relating to imminent threat, the ultimate issue of fact. I move for a total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
Denied. And here's the other reason it's denied. Page 38 of the deposition, specifically that you made reference to, starts at page 21, line 21. The question.
But here's his appellate issue, right? This is what he's trying to pull like who is it, Alec Baldwin, right? He's trying to pull that. And the judge saw it coming. And the judge, he always has receipts. This judge knows his law. And so instead of just saying denied, which was beautiful the way he said it, he's going to put on the record the reasons why, so to try and close off gaps. But that Owens will try to use this thing on appeal if she's convicted.
Question preceding that is important. Question 14. So, the from my understanding, when you just said was, yeah, I agree with general anxiety disorder that she had been diagnosed with. Answer, no. I said it would be generalized anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. This entire conversation pertains to those two issues, anxiety disorder and adjustment disorder. Has nothing to do with PTSD, nothing to do with battered spouse.
But Judge, we go on, and I see what she's doing, that she's saying, hey, I got jammed up, I had a deposition yesterday, I didn't really have time between the evaluation and the deposition 2 days later. She had a deposition in between to really think about it, really review my notes. So as a catch-all, I said on page 40, if you have other opinions or other diagnoses after she has more time to think and review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. So yes, that was initially what she was talking about specifically, but I realized what she was saying was she was going to have to reflect on a lot of these opinions. So
That's respectfully, sir, that's not what it says. That's specifically in line with the anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder. That was the entire topic that was being conversed with. Now, later in the deposition, there are references, as I believe that I identified previously. Give me a moment.
I'm waiting for Owens to like stamp his feet. Wah!
On page 59, line 22, question is asked, okay, and do you intend on expressing any other opinions other than what we've spoken about here today? Line 25, no. I will answer whatever questions I'm, moving to page 60, line 1, asked. Page 60, line 11. Well, let me just start with 2 because it gives it more context. Question, well, I'm asking now. I mean, you're the expert. I'm not. You're the one that's evaluated her. You're the one that's given her the test. I don't know the field like you do. You know the field. I understand you've said, hey, I want to think some more about, hey, I want to think about this some more. I want to review my notes. Some more to see if, but in terms of right now, without any further reflection, without any further answer, yes, sir, question, reading of the notes, any other opinions that you think you could express in any form or fashion with all this experience, almost 1,000 jury trial or 1,000 trials you've testified as an expert. Anything else that comes to mind that may be an opinion that you might express in Sarah Boone's case? Answer. Anything else that I'm asked with regard to her diagnosis come into play with regard to her case, I guess? Question. What other opinions do you believe you're qualified to express as it relates to Sarah Boone and the facts and circumstances relating to this case? Anything with regard to her diagnosis, I guess. 61. Of those 4 things we mentioned, line 2, correct.
And Judge, the 4 things were mentioned were related to the anxiety disorder, the narcissism, the battered spouse, the alcohol use disorder, which are in pages 58 and 59. But the overall thrust of that was any other opinions that were expressed. That was in good faith what we were doing. I would have, like I said before, I would have never taken her deposition.
He is so mad that Mr. J outsmarted him. Somebody give Owens his pacifier. He needs his binky.
Once she said I hadn't finished my analysis and I may need additional information, just like he said the other day, Dr. Harper, if you get those additional medical records, Mr. Owens, about George Torres and give them to Dr. Harper, then I'm going to want to take her deposition again. The same rules apply. Why would I take her deposition when she hasn't finished?
Because the court ordered you to take her deposition because there were concerns about being able to have all of this done prior to trial. And you had concerns about what she was going to testify to. And the court set a scheduling order as to when, how, where, and the deadlines for those depositions to be conducted.
That prosecutor should have let me know. If he was going to ambush me at trial, I should have known beforehand about a new opinion that Dr. Warner was going to express, especially related to battered spouse, post-traumatic stress, and whether or not there was an imminent threat at the time of this event.
And the court's addressed that. Court did exactly what was required by binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal and held a Richardson hearing. Analyzed the 3 factors as required by Florida law with regard to those and gave you the opportunity as a cure. And with regard to your request to strike or dismiss the case due to prosecutorial conduct, the case law by the 3rd District Court of Appeal filed April 10, 2024, State of Florida versus Denninghoff, Denninghoff, and I can provide you a citation momentarily, states that dismissal is an extreme sanction to be used with caution and only when a lesser sanction wouldn't achieve the desired result. Specifically, dismissal of an information or indictment is an action of such magnitude that resort to such sanctions should only be had when no viable alternative exists. There were multiple viable alternatives, including but not limited to my request, an inquiry of whether or not you wanted that struck, and the instruction to strike that opinion, which you demurred and said, no, I want it for cross-examination. And I gave you the opportunity twice to depose her here in open court, which I oversaw with regard to any opinion that she had based on the proffer or any other opinion that she would be offering today. For those reasons, the court is not going to exercise its discretion and strike due to the extreme nature of striking a criminal charge and for the adequate remedy that has been provided to you.
I just want to point out that judge is saying that the court is not going to exercise its discretion. So it is important to note that the court has discretion. There are some things that where the court must respond a certain way, and this isn't one of them. And seriously, we need binkies and blankets and Pop-Tarts at council table here. Oh, and a place for Mr. Henderson to go hide.
Is there anything else, sir, we need to address?
May I supplement the record?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this deposition did not end on page 40 or 41 or 42. Mr. Owens took a direct examination of this deponent for 68 pages, and then it was turned over to myself for cross-examination during the deposition. Beginning on page 75, I asked the deponent, what did the defendant say about the murder? What she said on page 78 was that, starting at line 13, and she said there was a suitcase and some clothes that had gotten out to donate, and they were trying to get that together, and was on the floor in the living room. And that, as she was coming down the stairs, she saw him kind of slipping into the suitcase as a hiding place. As she said, I saw him in the suitcase and I zipped him up and we were laughing. She said then he said he couldn't breathe, and I remembered feeling I couldn't breathe when he was choking me or sodomizing. And I was angry and I shook the suitcase. I lost control of the suitcase and it flipped. And she goes on and on about what happened. Defense counsel was there. He heard this testimony that there was no imminent danger presented at the time that she began getting angry, shaking the suitcase, hitting him with a bat, so on and so forth. And he didn't ask her that question after she had specifically instructed him, if you need an opinion of mine, you've got to ask me the question. It's unfair to experts to be thrown with this catch-all provision of please tell me any opinion about this case that you may think is relevant. Well, what the doctor may think is relevant is different than perhaps what counsel thinks is relevant. So it's really an unfair criticism of the state and probably more likely self-reflective that this deposition, this opportunity to ask about this obvious issue did not occur. So that is what I would like to supplement the record with. The deposition was substantially longer than page 41 or 42 where it's acting like it's concluding and, is there anything else? The state would just submit, I understand very well what my ethical duties are. I do not have any ethical duty to provide him an unrecorded statement that is not inconsistent with prior testimony. This doctor did not give me any unrecorded statements inconsistent with her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, he's ticked. I haven't heard Mr. J be this ticked, but Owens is on the record basically attacking his ethics, saying that he ambushed, that he was deceptive, blah, blah, blah. And Mr. J needs to make sure that he adds this supplement to the record to make it clear, because that could affect his whole career. That's really crappy, actually.
Judge, I'd like to add on page 79 that Dr. Warner claims that Sarah said he put his two fingers out and I hit them with a bat. So there was a rule of completeness, but for him to say that that's not standard operating procedure when you're taking a deposition of an expert.
Mr. Owens, I've ruled, sir. I understand. I understand your position. However, the questions that were specifically asked, which gave rise to this, specifically pertain to opinions of PTSD. I'm not going to rehash any and all of those things. The record speaks for itself. The court has ruled. Your motion for dismissal of the charges is denied. For the record, the citation that the court relied upon with regard to Denninghoff is located at 388 Southern 3rd, 10055, located at pinpoint 1057, Florida, 3rd District Court of Appeal, April 10th, 2024. With that, are we ready to bring back in our panel?
Go stand in the corner, Mr. Owens, until you can calm down.
Okay.
Judge, I've got Earhart's Florida Evidence 2023 edition, volume 1, Charles W. Earhart.
Let me tell you how you're going to rule on this, sir. I'm going to allow you, as I said up here at sidebar, to go into the facts that she relied upon and what it is that she utilized. I'm going to allow you, sir, as I said up here at the bench before the lunch hour, to go into those opinions that she didn't offer here today. And on rebuttal, Mr. J, I'm not going to allow you to stand up and say, may I voir dire, that wasn't one of your opinions today. You can address all of that and redirect. Is that clear?
Clear to state.
Judge, let me just review to see if, because I had several.
Is that clear, son? I don't know. Let me see. Let me think about that for a minute, because I might want to weasel out of that.
What you had inquired of me, Mr. Owens, up here, was that you wanted to go into these other facts, medical records, text messages, statements, and you said, if I can't do it now because he's going to object, I'm going to call her and assert rebuttal. And the problem, as the state pointed out, is that you can't use her as a conduit to admissible evidence on direct examination. And that if you want to do it, you got to do it now. And your argument was it goes to her bias, it goes to her credibility, and that you're permitted wide discretion on cross-examination. I agree with you. I agreed with you before the lunch hour. My ruling hasn't changed. I'm going to absolutely allow you to go into those things.
I appreciate that, Judge. The other thing I wanted to readdress was
I'm taking care of it, Counselor. Give me a moment. Yes, sir.
Judge, and I'm referring to Earhart's treatise, section 90.703, opinion on the ultimate issue. I'm on page 933. Testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. And in that section 703.1, it talks about that opinion testimony is not inadmissible solely because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. The provision is equally applicable to expert and lay witnesses. The jury has the power to accept or reject the testimony of expert or lay witnesses and is not bound by their conclusions. Merely because a witness expresses an opinion to an ultimate issue does not compel the jury to find that the facts to be true. The jury will be given the opinion. The jury will give the opinion as much weight as it feels the opinion deserves.
Oh, I'm sorry. Owens is killing me. He's hilarious. So he's citing the law like that as if the judge doesn't know. But so he's reading this law from this particular version of this law book. And so what he's saying is correct because the law book is correct. That is the law. But want to bet he's going to cry about it when that exact same rule applies if the jury wants to throw out the testimony or disregard or put less weight on the testimony of his witnesses.
Then it goes on. The abolition of the rule against opinions on the ultimate issues does not mean that all other opinions are admissible. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury to determine what occurred. For example,
well, that's hilarious. Because this witness is not telling the jury how they should decide the case. And as Mr. Owens just pointed out, the jury could disregard it if they wanted, and Mr. Owens can make that argument in his closing statements. So, what the crap is the problem? The problem is that Mr. J saw with a laser focus what the real issue was, and Mr. J is going to make the argument. The expert witness opinion simply bolsters the argument that Mr. J is going to make. Owens is crapping his pants. Maybe we ought to buy a box of diapers, too.
a witness cannot express his or her opinion as to the guilt or innocence of a criminal defendant. Then I'm on page 940. 703.1 still. When a witness is asked to express an opinion that applies a legal standard to a set of facts, which Dr. Warner did, the opinion testimony is generally inadmissible. The danger is that the witness will apply a standard or definition which is different from that defined by the applicable law. The application of erroneous legal standard results in the opinion testimony being misleading and not helpful to the jury. For example, an expert cannot opine whether a nursing home was negligent in its care of the decedent.
It's exactly what we spoke about at counsel's table.
I know, Judge, but if you go on, it says an expert may not be permitted that a truck driver drove in a grossly negligent manner, whether the sheriff's conduct was unconstitutional, whether certain waters are navigable, whether the defendant's action constituted misapplication or concealment of funds, or the legal obligations of the parties to a contract. Whether the testimony of the expert is a permissible factual conclusion or the impermissible application of a legal standard or definition to a set of facts is sometimes a fine distinction involving a large measure of discretion with the trial judge. For example, the admission of expert testimony that certain investments, it goes on. However, the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused. The opinion, this is one of the important sections. However, if the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused, which Dr. Warner did, the opinion has not been permitted. The distinction drawn by the courts as to when this type of opinion testimony is admissible are often not clear. Section 90.703 does not permit a witness to testify to legal conclusions or express an opinion upon questions of substance.
I'm half tempted. If this wasn't so serious, I'm half tempted to just let the video run on mute and I'll read Shakespeare to you. Gosh.
Law. This expert testimony regarding substantive legal principles may not be helpful to the jury and may create confusion if an expert testifies in a manner that is different or even in conflict with the testimony of an opposing expert.
But the citations, respectfully, Counselor,
Judge, if I could finish.
respectfully, Counselor, the citations that you're referring to are not at issue. Fluellen, error to permit arresting officer to testify that a quantity of cocaine possessed by appellant indicated that he possessed with intent to sell, which is a specific element of the charge in that case. Gamble, officer's expert testimony with the amount of drugs found in defendant's possession was inconsistent with personal use and therefore intended for sale was inadmissible. 644 Southern 2nd, 1376 for Gamble, and Fluellen, 703 Southern 2nd, 511. The Dinkin case that I read says this is acceptable. If a psychologist or psychiatrist can testify that someone is not mentally defective or was mentally defective, that's on all fours with, based on what the defendant had said to this expert, she was not in imminent fear. Now, I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was along those lines, based as looking all those things, the totality of the circumstances of what, in my evaluation, on or about October 2, that the defendant had said to me as the expert, it's not imminent fear. That opinion is not inadmissible per the case law under Dinkins.
Judge, can I read a little bit more?
If you're just going to be reading from the treatise, I've already read it.
Okay, well, I just want to make mention, because it's talking about does not prevent a witness to testify about legal conclusions or express opinions on questions of substantive law. And I was about to finish this section when this testimony, and I'm on page 947, this testimony may also interfere with the function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury thereon. As we know, we're going to do battle over the jury instruction on justifiable use of deadly and non-deadly force. The testimony from Dr. Werner, and I wrote it down. She said,
Owens is yelling at the judge, and I loved how Owens once again interrupted the judge respectfully, sir, because it isn't respectful. You know, if you want to not give respect, you say with all due respect, meaning I'm only going to give you the respect due, but I like how Cranick came back like, yeah, respectfully. And he's going on and on. I just love Cranick's response. And Owens is now yelling at the judge. There's no jury. So this is not a show for the jury. Owens is freaked out.
He said based on what Sarah Boone told her, she was not facing imminent risk of harm. That invades the province and function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury otherwise, which we haven't even done yet. You haven't made findings of law about which instructions apply. That's what she did, Judge.
Your objection's been made for the record, and the court previously ruled on this matter. I appreciate the additional argument, but the court's reliance on Dinkins remains. Just because 9703 speaks for itself. So your objection is overruled as to that issue. Anything else we need to address, Mr. Owens, before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
State?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's bring back in our panel. You can just stay where you are, Counselor. Let's wait for them to come in.
You guys are hilarious. Cranicked. Someone in the chat said, I feel like we're being waterboarded.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Juror number 2, back row. He's already ready. I see those hands are raised. You know what's coming. Y'all complied to the court's instructions, right? Thank you. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue your cross-examination, sir.
Dr. Warner, I don't want to rehash it, but just for the jury's sake, would it be fair to say that the text messages that you were forwarded by the state attorney for you to review, you did not deem to be relevant to your evaluation?
Right, they demonstrate.
Amendment's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Now, from what I understand, when the state attorney sent you the information, they did not send you any videotapes.
Correct,
So you have not reviewed any videotapes in this matter.
correct.
The suitcase videotapes, either one of those you have not reviewed,
I have not seen them, correct.
or any body cam.
It doesn't matter because for 2 reasons. One, Sarah Boone herself gave her story to this doctor and described no fear and no overt act. Number 2, the videotapes show Mr. Torres absolutely, utterly trapped in that suitcase with no opening. And in the videotapes, there was no overt act, no threat. So it wouldn't matter if this doctor saw those videotapes at all. It would not suddenly change her opinion. And, you know, it's interesting how Sarah Boone could film all kinds of stuff, but not him uttering threats while she had her phone in her hand.
Videotapes you have not reviewed.
They're described in the police report.
My question is, have you viewed any of the body cam videotapes relating to this incident?
I have not seen them, correct.
Prior incidences between the two of them, have you reviewed any videotapes, body cam videotapes of any prior incidents?
I have not.
Have you reviewed?
He's going to make it seem like she has reviewed less than his expert, and therefore her opinion must be wrong. But the problem is, her opinion is based on the critical piece, the one critical piece from Sarah Boone's own mouth. But of course, the jury doesn't actually, I don't think they have enough to fully get that yet. So Owens is playing a game here.
The audio tapes related to some of the questioning of Sarah Boone.
I have not.
Have you reviewed the autopsy report?
It's described in the incident report, but I did not see the actual autopsy report.
Now, you're aware that we have called two experts, Dr. Michael Brannon and Dr. Julie Harper. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that they are forensic psychologists,
That's correct.
and you are a forensic psychiatrist.
That's correct.
So they didn't go to medical school and you did.
That's correct.
And they don't understand medical issues, so to speak.
I don't have an understanding of what they understand medically.
Do you recall telling me that they don't understand medical issues, so to speak?
They haven't been to medical school, but I wouldn't understand their medical knowledge.
If you would look on page 22 of your deposition.
Objection collateral.
Approach.
This is tiresome. It is collateral. Just freaking get on with it.
Dr. Warner, have you had a chance to review your deposition on page 22, starting at line 7?
Yes.
Could you read down through line 11 your answer?
Yes, I'm talking about psychologists in general, not with regard specifically to your experts, which is what you were just asking me about.
Okay, but you would agree, your opinion is psychologists typically do therapy, but they don't prescribe medication or understand medical issues, so to speak.
Correct.
Overruled.
But I wasn't specifically talking about your experts, which you were just asking me about your experts
Okay.
specifically, and I said I didn't understand, I didn't know what their specific medical.
That's what you said under oath October 4th of this year.
Sustained.
He's making it sound like there's an argument when there's not.
Now, is it fair to say that the majority of your work is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations?
Actually, the majority of my work is in patient care. I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit, actually treating patients.
You work 7 days a week,
Yes, sir.
so as a forensic psychiatrist doing forensic work, the majority of your work in that area is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
As a
She just said it. Ah!
forensic psychiatrist, correct. As a psychiatrist, I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit.
And where is that unit?
It's located in Lake City, Florida.
So you work there 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
And then you also do this forensic psychiatrist work doing competencies to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
That's part of the what comes under the umbrella of my forensic work, yes.
That's the majority of your forensic work.
Yes, that's the majority of that's the most common cases that we're asked to,
And then next in line would be sanity at the time of the crime.
yes.
So you would make a determination and submit a report to the court as to whether or not a defendant, an accused, is legally sane or not at the time of the offense.
Yes, that's correct.
She's worked on
Is it fair to
thousands.
say that you also testify weekly as a treating physician through Baker Act Court?
Yes, that's correct. Every Thursday, we have Baker Act hearings with regards to our individuals who are being held in our crisis stabilization unit.
Is that in Gainesville or Lake City?
No, sir, that's in Lake City.
Now, Lake City from here is north of Gainesville?
Yes, sir, it's approximately 40 minutes north of Gainesville.
Now, I believe you said you've testified in battering spouse situations in court approximately 5 to 10 times?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you often refer to that as intimate violence cases?
Yes.
Now, my understanding that after you had a chance to evaluate my client, Sarah Boone, I believe you evaluated her 2 days before the deposition, so it would have been October the 2nd of 2024.
Correct.
As to your diagnosis as it relates to her, do you believe that she suffers from a generalized anxiety disorder?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that she was previously diagnosed prior to you evaluating her, she was previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder.
She told me that she had previously been diagnosed. I did not see any medical records with that diagnosis in it, but she told me that she had previously been diagnosed with that.
Did you
Oh my gosh. Owens, you stepped in it. Once again, Sarah lied, and she lied to the professional. And oh, the professional is going to go actually check that because she's a doctor and she should. Owens, you're an idiot. Just shut up now, man. Just shut up now.
Attempt to secure any other records to us.
Proper.
Sustained.
Did you diagnose her with an adjustment disorder?
I did diagnose her with an adjustment disorder.
Do you believe that if she was diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder, it's really not that, it should be an adjustment disorder?
A lot of the symptoms overlap for the two diagnoses, and we see that quite often, that the different diagnosticians or physicians come up with different diagnoses based on a conglomerate of symptoms. So it's not uncommon for the two diagnoses to overlap based on the symptoms.
Do you agree back on October the 4th, 2024, when I took your deposition, that you could not make up your mind at that time whether she suffered from generalized anxiety disorder or an adjustment disorder?
I had not made a clinical decision at that time. I hadn't reviewed all of my documents at that time.
When did you make a clinical decision that she suffered from adjustment disorder as opposed to generalized anxiety disorder?
It was probably within the next week when I was reviewing all of the, going through all of the documents in her interview more thoroughly.
Dr. Warner, did you agree you did not notify me?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
So Owens just got into, well, we agreed on this. Now he's just disclosing the stuff that they did in camera. He's not supposed to do that. So I'm going to fast forward past the approach. Cheers to everyone in the chat who is making other people laugh. We need it.
Dr. Warner, you agree that when I took your deposition on October the 4th, you had questions, in all honesty, about whether or not you felt like Sarah Boone suffered from a generalized anxiety disorder versus an adjustment disorder.
I was leaning towards adjustment disorder secondary to her being in the correctional setting, and I think I said that in my deposition. I didn't know that I had enough information from her because I only had information from her. I didn't have anything in the medical records to support generalized anxiety disorder.
Yeah. You know what Owens just elicited here? That she is in the correctional setting, right? After all this, trying to avoid that. Now the jury knows, right? And the doctor's saying, well, I only had her word. This is a smart woman. There's nothing in her actual medical records, and there should be if there was indeed a diagnosis. Sarah lied. So Owens himself is actually bringing all of this out again. It's hilarious.
So I wanted to review that.
I'm just learning it now, as you testified here today.
Sustained.
Is this the first time you've let the parties know that this is your opinion?
That I believe that she has generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
Or that I believe that she has
Adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder, yes.
Now, from your evaluation, you determined that she had a
By the way, for those of you wondering why Owens pressed on that specific question right here, is because he is getting that on the record. That this is the first time she let the parties know, because he's setting himself up for an appeal. That's what he's doing right there. I don't think it's going to fly, but that's what he's doing.
personality trait.
That's correct.
And you felt like that she had a grandiosity issue,
Yes, she has a narcissistic personality disorder trait.
a trait, one trait.
Correct.
Do you agree a lot of people have one trait?
Yes,
Okay. A lot of people have a grandiosity trait
that's correct.
that are not narcissists.
But I never said that she was a narcissist.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone has alcohol use disorder?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you forming that opinion based on Sarah Boone's admission to you that she was an alcoholic?
I'm going to refer to my notes.
That's a clever
She
question.
has a history of being diagnosed with that. She also acknowledged to me that her use had been problematic.
So you formed the opinion that she suffered from alcohol use disorder based on the history that she presented to you at this evaluation?
You snake in the grass, Owens. That's not what the doctor said. He's saying that so the jury hears it. His point that he is trying to make without being explicit is you can rely on Sarah Boone's statements. She's a reliable reporter, right? And the doctor is going to say, no, that's not what I said, and that's not what I relied on, and I don't do that. There was also a medical history. Goodness.
It was based on the totality of the information that I was provided, so the medical records demonstrating that she had been diagnosed with it in the past. Her ex-husband, in his interview in the police report, described her as an alcoholic, and in her description of herself having a problem with alcohol.
Do you acquire a tolerance over time if you drink on the regular?
That's one of the criteria.
Do people also have a genetic tolerance for alcohol?
They may.
Oh my gosh. Do you acquire a tolerance? Because he's going to try to rehabilitate Sarah's statements. Well, I wasn't drunk and this sort of thing. I'm not an alcoholic, right? The first bit was he's trying to rehabilitate Sarah's credibility, and that didn't work. So now he's going to try and go for, trying to smooth out this issue of the substance use, right? Well, maybe she built up a tolerance, so it's not really a problem. And the doctor says, yeah, that's one of the criteria. That's priceless. I love it.
Now, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome, would you agree that that is a recognized syndrome in the psychiatric community?
Yes.
And you have heard no criticisms of that syndrome?
No.
And you would agree that's a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And you would agree that Lenore Walker first developed the theory of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Yes.
I think at the time of this deposition, you were not sure you knew Lenore Walker.
I don't recall that.
All right, look at page 54.
Approach.
What is the freaking point of that, dude? He's trying to say, well, oh, you actually don't know the body of research on this subject. And Lenore Walker is famous for this, right? And, nobody on either side is suggesting that BSS is not a real thing. It is a real thing. And it's an important issue. And it's an important issue I think the general public should be aware of. It doesn't make it an excuse for things, though. So nobody's alleging that. Mr. J's whole point is there was no reason for self-defense, even in Sarah's own words. So Mr. Owens is just trying to confuse the jury a little bit, get them really focused on battered spouse, and get them to conflate compassion and trauma with justification, and it's not going to fly, or it shouldn't fly.
Dr. Warner, do you recognize Lenore E.A. Walker's book, The Battered Woman Syndrome, as an authoritative treatise on battered spouse syndrome?
I do not, because I have not read everything. I haven't read it, and so I can't say that I agree with everything in it.
That's not a new book, by the way. There has been much more research since then.
Is it clear to you that Sarah Boone was involved in a violent relationship with George Torres?
Yes,
You agree that there was a violent cycle that occurred during that 3.5-year relationship that Sarah Boone had with George Torres?
it's been described that way, yes.
Would you describe it that way?
It's been described that way to me, yes.
Do you have an opinion?
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion that that was a violent cycle between Sarah Boone and George Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Do you agree that George Torres was the abuser and Sarah Boone was the victim in that?
It was a volatile relationship. In the police report, her ex-husband actually describes her as being the aggressor.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is Owen's going to try and get that struck? Because he just, with his question, he tried to put words in her mouth. That George was the aggressor. And Sarah was the victim, as if it only ever went one way. So he was trying to force this doctor into that, hoping that maybe she wasn't going to catch on, but she's not an idiot. And she is allowed to refer to the evidence that she looked at, and that included police reports. Owens himself opened the door and brought this out, and now the jury knows. And this is flippin' priceless, and I expect Owens to be having a bit of a meltdown right about now.
Okay, I'm going to show you.
No, he's just going to skim over it like it didn't happen. Ooh.
Says, Defense Exhibit I. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
You see the injuries on Sarah Boone?
I do.
Show you defense identification H. You see this photograph?
I do.
Have you ever seen it before?
I have not.
Do you agree that's Sarah Boone?
I do.
Are you aware that George Torres
Sustained.
The objection is correct. So Owens is holding up a picture, one of his giant placards of an injured Sarah on it. And you notice his positioning in the courtroom, right? He's standing, the way he's standing is so that he can hold this photo up so the jury sees. And he's asking the doctor, did you look at this picture? Instead of handing her a photograph, he holds up the placard because he's playing a game now with the jury. Look at my poor client. Well, she says no. So instead of dealing with the fact that, oh, you didn't see this particular one, he starts to tell her, well, do you know this is what that was about? So he's like, he can't do that. He can't do that. This is for the jury. He wants to just keep making the allegations. I can't believe that he has the gall. Oh, actually, I should believe it. He has the gall to stand up there and do that and not be embarrassed. Wow.
I'm going to show you defense identification G. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
Show the photographs, not the posters.
Did you ever read anything about George Torres using a curtain rod as a weapon against Sarah Boone?
I don't recall that specifically.
Identification F. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Defense identification E. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Identification D. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Have you ever seen the videotape relating to this photograph?
No.
Identification A. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Welcome to Barnum and Bailey Circus.
I believe at the time of the deposition, that you had spent I think on October the 2nd of 2024, you had spent 2.5 hours evaluating Sarah Boone, and about half of that time was giving her a test.
No. The mental status examination takes approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Did you go through her entire history of abuse over the 3.5-year period within the 2 hours and 20 minutes that you had?
No.
Now, I understand that you indicated you may take a couple more hours to go through your file and your notes and to come up with your conclusions. Did you do that?
Yes.
Have you spent any more time on the case other than that 2 hours?
I re-reviewed the documents.
Have you made any other attempts to go see Sarah Boone anymore?
Objection. Proper.
Sustained.
You agree that your opinions are subjective, not based on authority?
They're based on my education, training, and years of experience.
And you would agree they're your subjective opinion?
Correct.
Would you agree that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
I do.
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their perception of imminent danger?
They can.
Would you agree that victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not?
They may.
Because someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome, they have a heightened sensitivity to danger.
They may.
You agree that people suffering from depression and anxiety are predisposed to getting into a relationship with a partner who may be violent?
They may. Each individual is different.
Are they more susceptible to getting in a relationship if they suffer from depression and anxiety with a violent, intimate partner?
They may be.
I think I want to add here. I want to add something here. Lest anybody misinterpret. There's some nuance here. violent people, predators, exploitative people, um, abusive people will seek out people who are vulnerable. So if somebody has anxiety and depression, it's not something inherent in the person with the depression that makes them more likely, possibly more likely. It's not guaranteed. It's that they're targeted more, that predators target them. So if you or someone you know who has anxiety or depression and ended up in a toxic relationship, it is not the fault of the person with the depression and anxiety. There is nothing inherently about that vulnerable person that created or caused that situation. I want to make sure this is really clear so that people don't misconstrue this as a reason to victim blame, okay? If that's you, it's not your fault. Predators seek out vulnerability. It is the predator's fault, not yours. Okay, we'll go on.
Do you agree that the DSM, I think you have it there with you,
Yes, sir.
directs that the clinician should consider post-traumatic stress disorder if there was exposure to extreme stress? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you do any testing to measure whether or not Sarah Boone had post-traumatic stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Again, she did not give me enough information to formulate an opinion with regards to that.
You agree that an intimate partner who commits acts of violence, physical violence, against the victim that could cause extreme stress in that individual?
It may.
Do you agree if that is the cause, the violence is the cause of extreme stress, that a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder should be considered?
If they meet the criteria. They have to meet the diagnostic criteria.
Do you agree that there is a sense of learned helplessness when someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, that's part of the syndrome.
Do you agree that these women, these battered women, have learned the probability of receiving a beating, and they recognize specific predictive cues emitting from the batterers?
Yes, but it's not just women.
I understand, but you would agree the vast majority of intimate partner violence, battered spouse syndrome victims are women.
Yes. Intimate partner violence, yes.
Excuse me?
Intimate partner violence, yes.
The vast majority, the lion's share, are women.
Yes.
And these battered women have learned the probability of receiving a beating by recognizing specific predictive cues emitted by.
You creep. So he's taking a fact. It is true that the majority of victims are women, that the majority who suffer BSS are women because they're the majority of the victims. That is true. But that may not be the truth in this case. And it may have gone both ways. But Owens frames his question as if he got the answer that he wanted in the way he wanted, as if what applies, generally speaking, does indeed apply to this case. And it may or may not. And if you're a juror sitting there, or if you're just casually listening, you might not catch that framing. But even if you don't catch the framing like that, it is still going into your brain.
By the batterers.
Correct.
And many times, these predictive cues result in a high level of anxiety.
Yes.
And in that situation, the battered women may attempt to reduce through several different means, one of which is to avoid delaying the beating.
Yes, we talked about that with the cycle.
What is a basal instinct?
A basal instinct? I have no idea.
Primal fear?
Basal instinct. Did he read the book and like not really know what it meant? Not know how to pronounce it? That's funny.
Fear is just being afraid.
Is that a natural instinct that animals have?
Yes.
Fight or flight instinct?
Yes.
You don't even think about it.
Correct.
Do you agree that victims of battered spouse or battered woman syndrome?
He just changed his wording. Okay, the correct wording is actually battered person syndrome, and you could call it spouse. The archaic version is woman. And what came out of Owen's mouth right there was initially BSS, and he corrected himself to say women. So that tells me he knows exactly what he is doing with the semantics. This is a game.
Suffer from self-isolation, suicidal thoughts, and oftentimes reach out to them.
All right, ma'am, you're released potentially subject to.
University of Florida on faculty.
My question is, have you viewed
I don't know what happened there.
Opportunity to ask about this obvious issue did not occur. So
When a lesser sanction wouldn't achieve the
Okay.
desired.
Sorry, the feed just
Objection
died.
sustained.
I have to find.
Are you aware that George Torres
Yes.
fight or flight instinct?
Yes.
You don't even think about it.
Correct.
Syndrome suffer from self-isolation, suicidal thoughts, and oftentimes substance abuse.
They may. Each individual is different, so they may.
And they may show signs of physical injury and illness such as bruising and chronic fatigue.
Yes, those can be signs.
The syndrome, battered woman syndrome, is the psychological effects of living with an intimate partner violence. They may have intrusive memories,
They may.
or they re-experience past traumatic events in their mind.
Yes.
They have high levels of anxiety,
Yes. They may.
hypervigilant when something doesn't seem right.
They may.
It leads to this fight or flight response that we spoke about.
Yes.
They have problems with sleep.
They may.
They often go into denial,
They may.
minimizing what is happening to them,
They may.
numbing their emotions.
Some of them.
Disassociation. A battered woman may often develop a defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during the traumatic experience.
Sustained.
Panic attacks, severe depression, very low self-esteem, poor body image, disassociation, learned helplessness, All these are symptoms of a battered woman syndrome.
Objection, compound, some not vaccinated.
Sustained.
You agree panic attacks is one of the symptoms of battered woman syndrome.
Objection, background evidence.
Sustained.
What are the symptoms of a battered spouse syndrome?
They can be numerous symptoms, from anxiety symptoms, mood symptoms. They can have psychotic symptoms. They can be any vast majority of symptoms. Substance abuse symptoms, any vast majority.
Do you agree fear is a symptom?
Yes.
Somebody in a constant state of fear.
Maybe, yes.
In terms of the abusive partner, do you agree?
You see her look at him like really, you just gonna keep putting me through this? Come on. And fear is a symptom, but she just finished saying that Sarah didn't describe fear. Sarah described a good day, laughing, fun.
Agree that they would hit the victim,
Some of them, yes.
kick the victim,
They may,
punch the victim,
they may.
Choke.
Abuse takes all different forms.
Oh, this is hilarious. Whose side is he arguing for now? Right? So now is Owens trying to justify Sarah's violence? Is that what he's doing here? Wow.
choke,
They may,
burn,
they may,
destroy their belongings,
they may,
use weapons to hurt them,
they may,
threaten to hurt them, their children, or their pets,
they may,
take their car keys,
they may,
take their debit card,
they may,
take their vehicle,
they may,
control where they go and who they see, force them to have sex when they don't want to.
yes, they may.
The jury's heard all this over and over. The question is, does it relate to the actual crime here? And it doesn't.
Dr. Warner, I know you spent a short amount of time with her, and you're saying you didn't get some of the answers as to whether or not.
Facts. Stating facts.
Objection sustained.
If you'd have spent more time with Sarah Boone, could you have uncovered as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
I agree that she met the criteria, or that she had battered spouse.
How about post-traumatic stress disorder?
It's possible.
Thank you.
Any redirect examination?
Yes.
You may proceed.
In your decades of experience, have you ever treated patients that suffer from trauma disorders?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you do that?
I have patients on my unit right now that I'm treating on a regular daily basis who have suffered from trauma.
How about patients that meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Yes.
How many would you say over the course of your career?
Probably 5 to 6 a month on my inpatient unit.
And that's a lot of months.
Yes.
How long have you been doing this?
Since
I'm going to interrupt. Someone asked a question in the chat, and I think it's important. Can men suffer from BSS? The answer is yes.
1998, when I began my career at the University of Florida on faculty.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked about some diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
Right. Any of these things that you talked about, narcissistic personality disorder, adjustment disorder, anxiety, battered spouse syndrome, any stress or trauma-related disorder. If the state wanted to ask you those opinions, would you have been receptive to more materials before making any opinions about those topics?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that you don't have enough information to necessarily make a complete and proper diagnosis on any of those things since you have not been provided those materials?
Correct.
Now, you've testified that she does meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
But you would be receptive to any evidence that you were provided, right?
Correct.
Going back to what you testified to on direct when the state asked you your opinion about this case, everything that you just talked about with Mr. Owens, does that change your opinion about whether or not battered spouse syndrome is applicable to the facts as Ms. Boone relayed them to you about this incident?
No, not at all.
And why is that?
Because again, she just.
Objection, Judge.
Objection, Judge. Mr. J is asking the question. I don't want him to ask.
Based on your
Objection's overruled.
Okay, good.
Based on your conversation with Mr. Owens, you've indicated that your opinion did not change, and now would you answer why?
Yes, so based on my interview with her, the way that she described the incident to me, and that they were laughing and having a good time, it didn't play into relaying any kind of triggers or any kind of trauma.
And I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes by the defendant as I. Does this photograph inform you as to what happened?
No,
Does it inform you as to who was the aggressor?
no.
Beautiful, Mr. J. So he's off camera, but what he's doing is taking, the giant photos that Mr. Owens held up. He's taking those photos and saying to the doctor, does this photograph give you information about what happened? And the answer, of course, is no. Right? I mean, I saw someone in the chat saying, gee, I could set anybody up. I've got pictures of myself with all kinds of injuries. You could say anything you want. The picture doesn't mean anything. So I love that Jay is able to he couldn't do this before, but Mr. Owens opened the door on this. So now Jay can do this.
H for identification, same questions. Does it inform you as to what happened?
No,
Does it inform you as to who the aggressor was?
no,
Same questions for G.
no,
F,
no,
E,
no,
D,
no,
and A.
no.
If those specifics as to what happened and who was the aggressor is dependent upon the credibility of somebody, would you want to take into account all the things that can make a person credible or less than credible?
Yes, you would want to take that into account.
And you talked about alcohol use disorder. Would you take that into account if somebody is under the influence of alcohol or had been consuming alcohol when they relay a history as to things that happened?
Yeah, I think he needs to rephrase that. I like this doctor. Oh, Captain Katie's pointing out no metadata was provided with those photos. Good point. Good point.
Objection's overruled.
Would you consider somebody's alcohol use and level of intoxication in evaluating the credibility of them as a historian?
Yes.
And
So when criminals say, I blacked out, I don't remember. I couldn't have done it if I don't remember. Guess what? You just told everybody that you're not reliable, that your memory is not reliable. You can't say, I don't remember, and then say, but I didn't do it, or but this thing over here happened, and you don't remember when it's convenient. And I think this question is excellent because the jury is listening to all of this. And the other expert wasn't really taking all of this seriously, all of these issues that would go to confabulation or fabrication or even error in the person reporting the incident.
you were asked about whether or not you did any testing for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
And you didn't.
Correct.
You already indicated, however, you believe that Ms. Boone meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
That's correct.
Again, that doesn't change your opinion that you gave when talking with me on direct examination,
Object, asked and answered.
Overruled.
specifically about this question about the testing that you did not perform. Did this lack of testing have any change or effect on your opinion as to whether or not battered spouse syndrome applied to the facts of this case?
No.
You were questioned about insanity on cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that simply because somebody is mentally ill and meets the criteria for diagnosis such as schizophrenia, bipolar, any of those psychotic or mood disorders, that doesn't necessarily make a person legally insane?
Correct. The two aren't equal.
Likewise, even if somebody meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, does that mean every action they take against their intimate partner is justified?
Correct. That's not, they wouldn't be equal.
So even if you do have battered spouse syndrome, even if you are in an intimately violent relationship, that doesn't necessarily mean any action you take against your partner is justified.
That's correct.
No other questions?
State, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense.
Just if we got a phone number, we can reach out to them.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you're released, potentially subject to recall. Thank you. State, you can call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would move P for identification and evidence.
Is this a videotape or an audio tape?
I think it's going to be one of the body cam videos because this is rebuttal.
State moves P for identification and evidence.
Got it. Okay. Any objection to what was pre-marked as P? Counsel? Any objection to what was pre-marked as P?
Permission of others?
No, he's offering it in evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection in States 21.
I should have made popcorn. Think Sarah's having a good day? Maybe that was mean of me. Maybe I shouldn't be like that.
Statement move V for identification, be a Victor.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection, as states 22.
May we approach?
Yes.
I don't know why my feed jumps like that. It makes me nervous that I miss some.
The next part of the state's presentation are going to be some videos and other things that we read to you that may take a little bit of time based on the length of them. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research if the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions with anyone or amongst yourselves about those things, and we'll bring in 5 after. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward.
Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess till 5 after.
Okay. Captain Katie, you're struggling to hear? Do you want me to change the feeds that I'm using? I can do that. We're behind, so I'm fast forwarding. We're going to be right back in here. Benton's saying his audio is okay. Okay, Captain Katie, if you can't hear things, you can ask me to repeat them, and if I don't see you, maybe somebody in the chat can help you. You guys are being great with everybody. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Reed, I'm trying to skip recess. So what we're seeing is they're back in court. I'm just skipping past all the dull stuff. What? What is going on? Oh, here we go. Okay. Thank you, Morgan.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. Thank you. You all may be seated. Members of the jury, begin. Do you comply with the court's instructions during our break? Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may proceed with the balance of your evidence presentation.
Permission to publish what has been entered into evidence as 22, previously V as in Victor for identification.
You may proceed.
This exhibit 22 has 5 folders on it. It is a DVD. Going into the first folder, OCSO 18-067501.
Counselor, are these audio or video files?
This first one, Your Honor, is going to be a video file,
Okay, let's go dim the lights, please. Thank you.
and for record purposes, its file name ends with 0154-2.
You may proceed, sir.
You got your snacks? Here we go.
For a year and a half, and he turned into a whole bunch of shit. Pardon me for saying that. Pardon me for saying that, but like, oh man, he let loose on my ass tonight, and I'm not having it. Okay. I got kicked in the face. Okay. Kicked in the face.
That you know if there's no guns,
No,
anything in there?
no. I know, baby. You guys are doing your job.
Alright,
No.
Sarah here?
Yeah, right here. Go get him. I swear to God, there's nothing you guys did great.
What's his name?
George.
George, alright.
There's nothing you guys did great. I swear to God, I'm done with that too. You beat the fuck out of me tonight. And I'm done with it. I have to go to work tomorrow.
What's up, George? You want to talk to us? Go inside. Talk to you inside.
For the record, this is redacted.
Are the videos in States 22 redacted videos? Okay.
You see my eyes?
I do see your eye.
Kick me in the fucking face.
Okay, tell me how it all went down, from beginning to...
Here's my love.
Okay.
Okay, so we were having a really good day, and we were across the street from Boone, and everything was good and fine and dandy, and because I talked to another guy because he left, came in there and got so mad, because I asked for a cigarette from another guy because he took my license, my debit card, and everything, cigarettes, everything, took everything.
Okay.
So I asked someone for a cigarette, and it happened to be a guy. So he walked in and got super pissed because I asked for a cigarette from another guy. I came home. Mind you, my car is across the street still. Okay.
So you get home, you go inside.
Man, let loose.
Okay, elaborate. So you open the door, what happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling your name? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need
And
you.
in the face.
Okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house. Did you start arguing? He started calling you names. You said he was.
No, I walked out, I walked in and I walked to the back. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette and just go to sleep. I just literally wanted to smoke a cigarette and go to sleep.
And then as you're making your way to the back, what
I
happened?
got caught on the stairwell.
You got caught on the stairwell. So he caught you on the stairwell. And what, did he get in front of you? Started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened? Okay.
Um,
Elaborate.
it
Miss
was
Sarah.
bad.
I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up.
Okay. I understand I'm trying to help you out, but
I
I
know
need
you
you,
are, I know you are.
I need you to elaborate a little bit. So,
I swear
in the
to God.
stairwell,
Dragged me downstairs.
Drag-
I went upstairs,
Mhm.
tried to get in the bed. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I didn't make the bed. I didn't make the bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
like in the hallway.
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye. What, you said he kicked you in the eye.
That's what I see it. That's what it's what?
Were you on the floor when he kicked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you get to the floor? Did he push you? Did he pull you? How?
Normally what I do is, because he does it so often, I just go to the floor. I just go to the floor. So I'm pretty sure I don't really recollect. I went to the ground. I went to the ground.
Okay. And then that's
I'm
when
so
he...
sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't mind. So you went down to the ground.
Yes, that's what I do.
Did he kicked you with what? Do you recall which foot?
Right.
Right foot. Okay.
Heel.
His heel. Okay. And you say you've been together for...
Because I asked for a cigarette. Because he left my ass in my car across the street.
Okay. You said you've been together for about a year?
And
A year and a half.
Yes.
Okay. Live together, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
I just recently went for a divorce. He's been there with me. He knows all those stories, blah, blah, blah. But,
I know. I'm just trying to...
this sucks. And I could work tomorrow.
Do you want the fire department to come out and check your
No,
eye?
baby.
No? Okay. Okay. Do you want to press charges? You can smoke your cigarette if you want.
Can I talk to you though?
You're talking to me by myself.
I don't want to be taken. Please let me figure out the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Do you want to fill out any paperwork? Do a statement? No? Okay. Smoke your cigarette, sit down, smoke your cigarette.
I don't want to be in trouble.
I know.
You guys have actually been out here twice now. Look at this shit. Looking for my shit all the time.
Did this happen today?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, I see it. It's ripped and I'm done a little bit.
I just bought this yesterday.
Go get it. Sit down, smoke your cigarette. Do your thing. No, it's fine. Do you have an ID with you? Is it in the house? Okay, we'll go find
I
it.
know my number if you want it.
Oh, that's perfect. Go first.
B 500-791-77870-0.
870-0. Okay. First name spelled S-A-R-A. Do you have a middle name?
Catherine. Kathryn.
K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
RYN.
What's your last name?
B-O-O-N-E.
Date of birth?
1977.
I get it. So you can't squeeze my arm anymore. Do you have a telephone number?
407.
407
716.
716
8684.
So I'm not stopping to comment through this because I did a video on this body cam video before. Look in the playlist if you're interested. I do want to note though, especially for people who have not been following this really closely, and that would include jurors, I could see somebody feeling sorry for her. Because it is true that not every victim presents wonderfully and perfectly. So I could see someone feeling sorry for her, but I also note that the quick change in the level of emotion in her voice when she wants to put on her cry, and then when she has to give her birth date or something else. It's a quick flip back and forth.
684, email address,
SKP
SKP underscore
100
100
at yahoo.com.
yahoo.com.
Sorry.
No, it's cool. I get it. I get it. Sit down, smoke your cigarette, try to relax a little bit. I'm gonna take pictures of you in a little bit. All right? No problem.
Turning now to folder OCSO 19-054.
Can the parties approach just for a moment?
And I wonder how many jurors, if any, how many will realize that she can't actually tell a coherent story to the officer. She just makes an allegation and she can't actually provide any details. So I'm hoping that jurors pick up on that. The officer at this scene on this body cam video, I think, was doing a good job trying to get the details. Oh, wait a minute. Was that on the stairs or in the hall? And how did you end up on the floor? And how did this happen? Because through the trial, Sarah has been able to give her narrative and then show these horrible pictures. And people are like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. And that is exactly what the defense wants, is that emotional reaction. And when you're locked into emotion, your brain can shut down. So I shouldn't say nobody. So people may not ask questions like the officer is asking here. So I think simply hearing the officer asking the questions might cause some jurors to start also asking questions and thinking, maybe we need to analyze this, regardless of the conclusion they ultimately come to.
Within this folder, the first thing that will be published is a file that's an audio file, 911 call _R1.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 Grand Square, apartment 3.
4748, what was the street name? I didn't hear you.
4748 Grand Square, apartment 3.
Okay.
Any reason that I recall that I did, and you can beat the fuck out of me.
You said Frank Lane?
That's what it comes out as always.
Okay, and then what was the apartment?
3.
Okay, and what happened then?
He just beat the fuck out of me.
Who is he?
Christine is saying that if she hadn't been drunk, the police would not have arrested her. And if you're referencing one of the body cam videos, then that's not accurate. She was not arrested for being intoxicated. She was arrested for, I believe, a felony battery.
George Torres.
Is he still there?
Yes.
Okay, where's he at?
I'm in the bed. I'm outside.
Okay.
I was not like that.
Okay, do you need any medical attention?
No. I just have a lump on my head and I just got these fuck up. That's all.
Okay, what's your name?
Sarah. With an H.
Okay, and George, you black on your head?
He's Hispanic.
What is he wearing today?
Oh gosh.
Just tell the sheriff's head, that's all it means.
I don't even recognize because he just showed up.
Okay. Do you have his date of birth?
February 13th, 78. me can be. And I swear, I'm just calling you guys because he's not on leave and he's not supposed to be here. But he's here.
How long ago did this happen? About how
12
many minutes?
minutes ago.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't do this anymore.
Okay. And I just need a description of you so they can identify you when they get there.
I'm white. I have 30 blonde hair and blue eyes.
What color is your pants you wearing?
Am I?
Yes.
Black.
Black shirt, black pants?
Pink shorts.
Pink shorts? And you're outside?
Please don't get me in trouble. There's no way that I can get in trouble for this.
No, just stay where you're safe. You said you're outside, right?
Yes.
Okay, does he have any weapons that you know of?
No.
Okay. And did he hurt you with anything, or was it only his hand?
Fist.
Just his fist? Okay. And you don't need any medical attention?
No, I always get over it. But this time I'm not getting over it.
Understood. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and send some help to you, okay? Anything you can just give us a call back, okay?
Wait, can I sit out front though?
Yes. Definitely sit out front. Stay out front. That's right. That's
Okay,
good.
I'm gonna walk around the house.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Now publishing a video labeled 19-054917_BAT_DV.
Call? What's going on? What's going on?
Really, Marco?
Hey, get out of here. What's going on? You call? Okay. Do you want to tell me what's going on? Oh. We'll be shut. Is she still in there?
He's awfully, I actually got him off of his lease because I don't want him here. And he shows this ugly mug over the wall all the time and comes over and wants something in.
Do you want to press charges?
What charges are you today?
Well, what's your relationship now?
I guess boyfriend and girlfriend?
Okay, how long have you guys been dating for?
2.5 years.
Okay. And that's a current relationship?
No, it's on and off.
I don't know.
Because I can't deal with this shit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When's the last time he stayed the night at your house?
2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago?
And he's gonna figure it out.
Okay. So why is he over here today?
Because he wants to win me over, is what he told me.
Okay. So
I'm not allowed to leave him.
you're not. Okay.
Tell me, look, no.
Okay.
He's mad because I went out with my girlfriend.
Okay.
And she introduced me to another gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. And he got pissed.
Okay. So you came over today, you let him in because you're going to talk, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
He got really pissed. Really pissed.
Okay. So you guys start arguing and
No,
then
I didn't argue. I didn't argue. I was just taking down and just speaking.
okay. So when you say taking down beating, you like describe it for me so I know. What did he do to you? Did he push you? Was he slapping you? Was he punching you?
All of the above.
Okay, you have to kind of explain to me what happened. You tell me like
These
step
are the
by
closet
step.
doors.
Okay, so you threw you into the closet doors?
Things, everything.
Okay, you're upstairs, you threw you into the closet doors. Did anything break when you threw you in there?
Other than my head? No.
Okay. But you said you don't need the fire department?
No. I just have really bad luck. And it'll go away because I'm used to it. It'll go away.
Okay, let me see. Where is it?
Right here.
You just put your hair back a little bit?
There's a lump. Right here. Like, you can feel it.
Yep, I see it. Do you have any arm injuries?
No. I just, because he's not on the lease anymore, I know that he can't, I got him off the lease to not come over here anymore. And I'm trying to get him out of here. And he's over here every day. And I haven't done anything to him.
Okay, so there's another exit to this apartment, so he could be gone?
There's the side of my store, I had to do that. He said if I go please, which I had done 4 times, you're the 4th one.
Okay.
He's gonna have to walk, but I was telling he's upstairs, so go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm going to try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George,
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys slept together?
Had sex
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. So, but you guys are kind of on again, off again. And you're saying as of right now you're off. But
I've been off.
okay, but within like the last 2 or 3 weeks you guys were dating.
Honestly, no.
Okay. But at least there's some
I knew who he
expectation.
was.
There's an expectation and intimacy when he came over.
Oh, no.
But you guys, you said
Oh,
you
no. We were gonna try and figure it out.
Okay.
Oh,
But you want to press charges on us
what charges can I pass?
right now? What he said he just hit you with hands and feet and pushed you?
I got a heel on my face.
Okay. You keep being upset with me, but you're not really giving me the information I need. I'm asking you to kind of walk me through what happened.
I got a heel in my face. She's not telling him what happened. And the language of I got is not describing what he did. This is a story, it's a narrative, okay? And I find it very interesting that it is exactly the same story as what she told before. Very interesting. This is a different date. Very interesting.
Okay, because I don't know, I wasn't there.
I know.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so all you said you guys were upstairs. Okay. But that means lots of different things. So that's why I need to know what
This
you
is
did.
why I have all of this over here, is because he continues to talk to me, and he strangled me multiple times.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start to lose consciousness or anything while you were strangling you?
I couldn't breathe.
Did you feel yourself losing consciousness?
Oh, no, I didn't lose consciousness. I just couldn't breathe.
Okay. But how long was he strangling you for?
Till I got him off of me.
Okay.
Look, can I tell you something before you call him whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I did fight back. I did fight back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any, like an object or anything?
No.
Okay.
He threatens me with a bat.
Today? I'm talking about today. Did he pick up a baseball bat and threaten?
So the strangulation just comes up out of the blue. He threatens me with the bat. I'm suggesting to you it's the other way around. She chose to use the bat and her ultimate crime against him. Hang in there for those who are saying, why aren't they showing the other videos? Oh, it's coming. And Captain Katie, I noticed in the chat, pointed out, they're showing that she wasn't afraid to call the police. She did call the police. She could call the police. She did it all the time. And she had said on the witness stand, oh, it was the first time I ever called 911 and I got arrested. So the implication is that I wouldn't call the police because I was too afraid. Now the jury is going to know, she wasn't afraid to call the police. And the jury is going to see officers asking questions like, what? How did this happen? And she's not really given a clear story. So, and also, you don't want the prosecutor to be accused of cherry picking what is shown. So the prosecutor is going to just show the whole thing.
Okay. Tell me about that. How far away were you when he had the bat?
I was in the bedroom.
And where was he?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Was there anything in between you guys at the time?
My dog.
Just a dog? And how close was it to you? Couple feet, 3 feet?
3 feet.
Okay. And how was he holding the bat?
Threatening.
Like, what do you mean? Was it down by his side? Was it up like this? How was it?
He stepped straight.
So he had it up?
Yes.
Oof. Somebody in the chat just made an excellent point, and I want to highlight it. Sarah called the police repeatedly over the years, and Brian had to tell her 3 times to call 911 when it was George who was laying on her living room floor.
Yes. Okay. Did he say anything to you while you were holding that?
I dare you.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Because I technically left him 2 weeks ago, which is why he's not here now. And he's not because I have friends. I have friends. And my friends want me to get out of my Looney Jimmy bullshit. So they try to introduce you nice gentleman.
Okay.
Whom he is not.
Okay. So he's holding the baseball bat, he's in 3 feet, you guys are up in the bedroom, and he says, I dare you. Okay. And you were scared. Correct?
I'm so scared, so why I'm hiding behind my car.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go see if I can get in the car. Alright, if not, this is your place, right?
He's not gonna leave.
Okay. And we
Don't
have...
talk to the apartment mentors. I have taken off the leave.
Okay. Alright, hold on.
Sir, what is your name now?
O'Neill.
What?
10-4 County. If there's anybody available, can I get 44?
Don't give me a phone.
Hey, George? Hey, George? Sheriff's Department, can you come on out? What's going on? Hey George, I can hear you. Come on out. George, Sheriff's Office, come on out. What's going on, man? Come on here, talk. What's going on? Talk to me. What's going on today? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what's going on.
Why are you here right now?
Because she called me. So tell me, you want to tell me what's going on?
This is real?
Where are these cuts on your neck?
That's me in the last time. It's here over there. Alright, we got it,
Do you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck?
yeah, no, baby.
Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Put your hands down.
Wow. Why am I getting cuffed up?
Up my side.
Why am I getting cuffed up, sir?
Got 4.4, one is diagnosed good.
Why am I getting
Good, come on in.
Yeah, why am I getting cuffed up?
We'll talk to you about it in a sec, okay? Your weapons on you?
No, I know.
Okay, have a seat, my friend. You been drinking today?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot or a little bit? Like, do you understand what's going on right now?
Yeah?
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and order you, okay? I'm just gonna need you to answer yes or no after each time I ask you a question, okay? You have the right to remain silent, do you understand that? Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you, do you understand that? You are entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now and at any time during the questioning, do you understand that?
Yeah.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Yes or no? Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Okay. Do you understand these rights as I read them to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish to talk to me at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what's going on.
What is going on?
She said that you hit her and you choked her.
What? No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, she's got a lump on her head. How did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know. She just take me in. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you push her, hit her, anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay, how did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know.
Okay, what brought you over here today?
So, in watching this, and police officers out there are going to understand this, so will anyone who's worked in the courts. It's not unusual to go and arrest someone who's been accused and for them to say, I didn't do it. I don't know what's going on. And what we often see, and I might expect from a perpetrator trying to weasel out of it, what we often see is or hear is, well, she ran into a door. Well, she tripped and fell. Well, she did it to herself, to explain the potential evidence. He seems genuinely bewildered, like, I don't know. So he doesn't try to blame her. And he eventually just says, okay, like he's resigned. Take me in, we'll figure it out. Right? Very different response. Mind you, every call is different, but I find this interesting in light of the other facts.
I was trying to get my ID and my social and my birth certificate.
He was there because she kept his ID and his birth certificate. Remember Mr. J asking the question, is it abusive? Is it coercive control for somebody to keep your personal things like your ID away from you? So Sarah was holding his ID hostage. How do you get a job? How do you leave? How do you get government benefits? How do you do anything? You don't have ID. Wow.
And she's been trying to give me money then.
Okay, but obviously you've been here for a little bit. I mean, your shirt's off, you've been drinking, so you didn't want to just come over here to get something. So, like, how long have you been here?
For a while.
Okay. So, what, so a while, like an hour or 2 hours? Okay. How long have you guys been dating for?
We've been together for 2 years.
For 2 years? Okay. Are you guys still dating right now, or are you broken up? Okay.
And I work right there at Ace.
Okay, so you came over here today, so for a while ago, an hour or two. What have you been doing since you've been here? Okay, so just spending time with her, and then all of a sudden she decided to run outside and call it now? Why would she do that? You don't know?
She's nice. She's nice.
Okay. That's fine. But
As you can hear her.
what you understand what you're telling me isn't really adding up. Because she gave me her side of the story.
What she said?
And she's saying that you're headed. That's all I need. It's Ma'am! I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be over to talk to you when I can. Every time you start yelling, you're interfering.
She's the one that she just snapped out of nowhere. She's mad because she took me out of the lease. She took me out of the lease. And I told these guys of the lease, I can't cash my check. I can't cash my check without her. So please talk to her.
Okay, so you can order and talk to her about cashing your check?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you've been here for a couple hours. Okay, so what happened to make her run outside and call the police? Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bump bruises on her. But you're not telling me what happened. And you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now.
I don't even know what happened.
Did she hit you?
All the time.
Who hit who first?
She does all the time.
So she hit you first?
All the time.
But today. I'm talking about today. You don't know if she hit you today? Huh? Do you have an ID on you?
She has it.
She has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you grab his ID for me?
No. I don't have it.
He said it's in the house.
No. I threw it in the bushes.
Where in the bushes? Because I need it.
Frank, well, whenever however, oh my gosh, the front door is open and I don't even know where my dogs are. Oh. Here. Find the desk.
She threw his ID in the bushes. Did I catch that correctly? And there she's sitting with her friends consoling her. He's the one who's isolated. He can't even cash his check because she's withholding his ID. She controlled his housing. She removed him from the lease. And she looking upset to you right now? I'm not saying that he didn't do anything to her. And the officer was right in asking, like, okay, you're over here having a discussion and she just all of a sudden runs out of the house and calls the cops. Like, come on, buddy, there's got to be more to it than that. I agree with that officer. There's got to be more to it. But I think that what George said here is really telling.
I don't have his ID.
You said you threw in the bushes. Where in the bushes did you throw it? Could you please go look over there?
What's happening?
It's in the back of the cop car. You said he hit you, he beat you, you have a bump. Okay?
I don't have it. You can look up here.
Publishing portions of 19-054, pardon, 054917 underscore BAT underscore DV hyphen 2. For the record, it is about 47 minutes 20 seconds long. State will publish 000 to 2 minutes and 19 minutes to 22 minutes, and all evidence will go back to the jury with a scrub computer.
Where were you?
His brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere here if they didn't find it. I don't have it.
There's I need it because it makes getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking him questions and I can just get it out there.
I'm not making any more difficult than I could, friends. I'm not. I've already looked through here.
Okay.
Jordy, you just stepped out over there. I'll get her started on the list. You want to sit down?
She also has my birth certificate.
Listen, she said that she threw in the bushes. I'm trying to find it. If you're looking here, you wouldn't be needing it.
You told me I'm not going to get one. I love you. I don't know what it is you're asking me for.
Okay, maybe he didn't get to it yet. That's why I'm looking to see it. Oh, yeah. It was the backside of this. If you get any more bruises that show up that you didn't see while we were here.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have and I have documented?
He's going to jail for this, so the rest of that can't leave anything about. But if anything else shows up, you can go take that paper down to headquarters.
There's not going to be anything else because you're taking him down.
I
Put
mean,
him under the jail.
He's going.
Under the jail.
Okay. We're all set then.
What else do you, I could show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and...
I know, it sounds like you guys need to probably not hang out with each other anymore.
Hello.
I know.
That's
I know,
why I left him 3 weeks ago.
But this also isn't the first time, so, with both of you guys, with the cops out here.
No.
Okay?
I've had to lie to you guys 3 times.
And you shouldn't have to do that, so let's make this maybe the last time.
Now I'm not lying.
Okay. And I appreciate that, okay? And keep going, okay?
They're going to come and kill me.
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're going to come and kill me.
If you,
I want you to know that. Look.
if you're in fear, are you talking about
Yes.
family?
Yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know, I am full blown. They're going to come and kill me.
go down to the courthouse, okay, and get an injunction against them. Did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights pamphlet?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that there's a place for you to
They're
go tonight?
going to come and kill me.
Okay, so you got the victim's rights pamphlet, you know there's a place you can go tonight then? It's in the
There's
bed?
domestic. I'm going to go sleep over her house.
Perfect,
Neighbors.
okay. You have any more questions?
Can I get drunk?
This one. I'm working. I get in trouble for that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay.
I love it.
That's fine. Okay. Have a good day, man.
Look, and whatever the fuck he says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to
okay.
eat a dick. Hey.
Okay, have a good day. Okay, man. Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
Tell him to eat.
Publishing video file axon_flex_2_video. It's the only one that starts with that name in this folder.
Why don't you come over and give me a written statement about what happened? I have it over here by my car. Sure, just stay right there. Carl, you can get your stuff done over there, and I'll get her started on the list. You wanna sit down in here? Is that all right? Okay.
Mom! Don't leave!
Come on, let me call you, and let's get this done.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you. You're not being arrested. So,
Okay, look, I'll come over and see you like 5.
come on,
Thanks, buddies. They know.
let's get this done.
They know.
Okay.
Good.
Now, would you come in here so we can do your statement, please? And stop this. Sit down at the table and let's get your statement filled out.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. I'm gonna shut the door, is that okay?
Sure.
Never thought I would do it.
Did you have?
Yes, sir. What's your name? Yes. I'm not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
Yeah. It's on the couch. It's on the couch.
Need your ID, please?
It's on the couch.
No, ma'am. I just need your ID, please.
Okay, look, I can write better on the couch.
I will give you the statement to write. I need your ID, please. I don't need to sit on the couch to fill this out. You can. I sit down all day, but I appreciate the offer.
Yes, it's comfy. I'm just coming out, I'm sorry. Thank you, God, he's gone. Oh, man. Oh, man, they're gonna come over here and try and kill me. I don't want you to know that. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Who's that?
His brothers and his mother and his father. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Don't open the door for him.
It doesn't matter. They throw go out there and rant and bullshit and everything, and then they cause a commotion, and then I get complaints against me. Anyway, my name is Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Sarah. I'm filling this out in just a minute.
What's your name?
Jeff, Deputy Brown.
Jeff.
Okay.
Well, did he get caught up?
He will be. Do you have a phone number, ma'am?
407-716-8684. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope, you're not. Did you do something you should be arrested for?
No.
Okay.
For the last time I fought back. Or 20 days.
Do you have an email address, ma'am?
Sam, K as in Kate, P as in Paul, _1800 @yahoo.com. You can totally come sit down over here.
I sit down all day. I appreciate the offer, but I want to get this done for you. It's a little more comfortable for me to stand and do this.
Good golly. Come and sit beside me. Yeah, the last thing he needs is to be put in a position where somebody can make an allegation against him at work.
I can't tell you how amazing it is. Oh, man, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Holy crap, the car is still there.
Okay, come on in and sit down so you can get this filled out. And what I need you to do is you'll just print your name right where that X is, and then I need you to just write the story about what happened today.
Print.
Yep, please.
I don't even know what street it is.
So is this a husband, boyfriend?
Yeah.
Are you guys married?
No.
How long have you been together?
2.5 years.
Was he drinking or anything today?
Yeah.
Both of you?
I had.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's my arrow thing, but, because I do artwork, but.
Okay.
She just said, I had a drink. Yeah? Did I hear that right? Somebody sneezed right at that moment.
You need to show us it. Very
I
nice.
do artwork.
Very nice.
I have a drink 17 years ago, and I do artwork.
No, nothing wrong with that.
No, Christine, this is not after the final crime. This is one of the many times she called police. And somebody noted too in the chat, I thought it was a good point. Look at how messy the apartment is. A lot of people have suggested that perhaps she cleaned up the scene on the day, that of his demise, that she cleaned up the scene before calling police.
And who called the police? Did you call the
I
police?
did.
Okay. Call 911?
Yes.
Very good. Has this happened before?
3 times. The last one that came up and they were like, oh yeah, we read your statement, so know kind of who you are and what's going on.
So 3 times the police have been here? Was there ever, sheriff, were there reports written when they were here?
I'm not even sure about that. I didn't have to sign anything.
Okay.
Not worth it. Okay. I'm not really sure what else you can say. I'm letting like.
What does it say? Can you read it to me?
Throwing me off the bed and being in her head and stuff. Am I supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
I'm just writing all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
All that?
Yeah.
You see my neighbors out there, because they know their children are on kind of house and saying, I'm really.
And what was your phone number again? 407?
716. 407 716. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope.
Out in the car still.
County charge $25.
Okay.
Could you give me 424 case number, please?
Stopping publishing at 10 minutes, 0 seconds on that file. Proceeding to third folder, OCSO 19-055572. Publishing audio file 911 call, first.
911, what is the location of the emergency? Well, I didn't have an emergency here at my place, but my boyfriend was arrested, I think, last Thursday, and he has a no contact form, and he took it upon himself to come over to my house yesterday and took the bike that I bought for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card. So, and
He took the bike that I bought from him. So I would have to look at the no contact order usually the no contact orders say that not only can you not have contact, but usually they also say you can't attend at this address. So I don't know how she knows that it was him who came and got the bike. She also is saying that he took her debit card. Um, not sure, not sure if that's the allegation. There has been discussion that she often gave it to him or let him use it. So not sure if what her allegations are, but if he was on a no contact order, he shouldn't have been there.
Okay, Sam, if he bought it, then it's a gift. He didn't. Okay, that's fine. I need my debit card though. Like I have my 8-year-old son coming over here. I came to buy groceries for him. Okay, man, what's your debit card? My address is 4748 Brant, FRANTV, okay, 4. So what's your apartment number? 3.
Okay, so this is important right here. What she's saying is really, he took my debit card. I want my debit card back. So she wants the police to come and deal with that. And okay, but just wait and see what happens subsequent to this. So, because it matters what the original call was for here.
Your apartment number? 3? Okay, just to make sure I heard you right. Sure. Okay. Have you used anything else with that credit card? Yes, he bought beer and cigarettes. Yeah. Okay. So again, what's your name? Sarah, Sarah. Okay, Sarah, you call back to 477-716-8684? Yes, okay. And he's at his parents' house right now, so if you need the actual address over there or whatever needs to be done. Okay, Sarah, what did you say? He's actually at his parents' house right now, so I don't know. Okay, well, we're coming to you first to make a report, okay? Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna get all this information in here, but because there is nothing to do, I need to send it to you, okay? All right, so when did this happen? Yesterday. So, ex-boyfriend? Yeah, I mean, technically he's my boyfriend, but yeah, at this point he's my ex. All right, what's his name? George, Jorge. Last name? Torres, Torres. Okay, by chance do you know how old he is? He's 41. 21378. Okay. So guys, please can recognize you. Are you guys my first minute? I'm white. So what color shirt pants are you wearing? Right now I'm wearing a blue shirt with white short pants. And there's a green pineapple on my door because it covers up the 3. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you or in your home? No. I mean, I have a baseball bat, but that's just only when I'm here by myself or me and my little 8-year-old. And you said the pineapple covering the 3?
She just described that baseball bat as something that she uses for protection. I have a baseball bat here for myself and me and my little 8-year-old. Or is that what she said? I can't remember what age she said. Wow.
Yeah, it's a green pineapple covering up the 3 that says welcome. And I have a little bird flag out front. Okay. All right, Sarah, we're going to the next available WT, okay? No worries. All right. Thank you very much for your help. You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Publishing audio file 911 call, -2nd.
911, what is the location of your emergency? I don't necessarily have an emergency. It's 4748 Grant Court.
4748, what's the street name?
I'm sorry, what?
4748, and the name of the street?
Grant Court.
And what's going on there?
It's the no contact thing. Right? He's over here again.
Okay, is it French?
My fucking pantry.
Is it French court or French court?
FRANTZ.
What's the appointment number?
3.
And what's going on there?
Too much.
Okay. What's going on?
Hold on, I gotta go with my dog. She's deaf. Hold on a second, please. I'm sorry, hold on. Come on. No, I gotta go with my plane. I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm so sorry to take your time. No, get out. Oh,
Ma'am, what's your name?
Sarah.
Okay.
Get out of here. You picked my pantry.
Hello? Hello, ma'am. Do you need a deputy?
No.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, what you asking?
Do you need a deputy?
No, not necessarily. I'm trying to get my dog. I have a blind dog and a deaf dog. I'm trying to get my man to come outside.
You're dialing 911.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't need a deputy?
He's here again. Take it. That's mine in full voucher. Ew, you're in my pantry.
And who's this person to you? Hello, ma'am?
Yes.
Who's this person?
Regardless, you're gonna send somebody. So, I'm okay. Regardless. I know how it works. I'm okay. That's not yours. Hello?
I'm still here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay. Yeah, so. What do you want me to do? Put it back. Thanks, okay. Okay, you're just somebody you're over, so, like, do what you gotta do.
All right. Have a good day.
Publishing the one video in this file that starts with file line Axon.
I want to ask you guys something. As we're watching these, I mean, you know all the background, right? If you'd never seen this before, can you see how someone viewing this might think, my gosh, he showed up when there was a no contact order. Oh my gosh, he took her debit card. Oh my gosh, she's always needing to call police. Like, could you see it in reverse so that Sarah is the sympathetic character? Do you think that the jury is thinking that? Or do you think the jury is seeing what most of us are seeing? I'm interested in your thoughts on that. Okay, I'm going to let it keep going.
What's up, bro?
It's been days.
It is. So what happened? What's going on now? Did this just happen?
What?
No.
No.
That's it earlier.
Oh, no, when I moved in, we dropped it.
So who called?
Hey, are they referring to the TV? We dropped it? Or is that something else?
So what's happening?
They're asking you, not me.
Yeah, you speak to him, I'll speak to you later. Come here.
Sorry.
So I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Only 24 hours. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you realize he's here now, right? Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
It was screaming.
I did drink. No, look at the door. Like, you know, I'm like, oh my god.
Okay, well,
Yeah, after he's here. Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know that he talked to you. He doesn't know how to do it. After. We left earlier after we respected your wish earlier. Yeah, we respected your wish earlier, okay? But he's here. Okay.
24 hours.
That's the only reason why. Yeah, I have to make it go. You can stay right here. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. Oh, here you can sit back. It's all right. It's just sprinkling. It's okay.
Go to the pool if you want to.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, but I'm literally begging you, don't.
Yeah, but you know he's gonna have to. Stay.
Last week, we got into I guess a physical or whatever, I don't know. I got taken out of here with no shirt and no shoes or whatever.
And then you went and saw the judge, right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
The judge was like,
Was it a female or male?
Female.
Female? Okay.
Yes.
What, you know what she said?
He was bad.
Yes. My head hurts. So he's like, no, bad. That's a dog. I know. No, this is a thin blue line. Right?
Okay.
What was written on it? Stop.
I did not get it.
We're not gonna do it yet.
At all.
Did you get any form of paperwork?
I got paperwork, but I didn't get.
What was that paperwork for?
Paperwork was X.
And what does it say?
No.
So it sounds like George is under the impression that the no contact order was lifted. They did have no contact orders that were lifted. I went and looked and made sure that that was the case. So he maybe is under erroneous belief here, but he's going to be in trouble now.
narcotics.
With who?
With her? But she never said anything like that. It was just the judge that put it.
The judge is the one that matters, right?
Is it?
Is she? I believe so. She's above us.
Is she above her?
She's the judge. She's the law. Okay. Is mine the guy here? Okay. So here's the deal, man. Your paperwork says that you can't have any contact whatsoever with her. Okay. And if you do, it's a new charge. Okay. So.
I like contact.
Have you been? Has she been drinking today? Have you been drinking? Okay. How long have you been here since?
I'm gonna be honest. You guys came here. She called me.
We know. Because we went to your work of employment.
Yes.
And they told
And they told us that you just left.
Yep. And we knew that she called you. We knew that. We knew she called.
Oh, it's just she called me and said,
Yep. You're correct. Okay, so you know what's gonna happen, right?
yes.
So he's just made a statement against his own self-interest here. Police ask him, how long have you been here? This is after they're telling them, you know, there's a no contact order, you're in trouble. And he admits the truth. He admits it. And turns out, oh, she had called him back. Sarah had called him to come back. He's not like this stalker dude who's coming after her. She's saying, come on back. And the officer says, yeah, we know that. And ultimately, on this charge, he pled, I think, I'm not sure if it was no contest or he pled guilty. So it looks like he got a conviction. Well, he got a conviction, but it looks like he's some stalker dude if you just go by what's on paper. But that's not what happened.
Okay. Stand up, Brooke. You can take one last puff.
Yes. Please?
Yeah, one last. Go ahead. Yeah, just put it out real quick.
Alright.
Wait, no, why?
Never make sure.
Come on, relax. 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 Okay? I want you to be confident, okay? I want you to know around us.
Right, you promised.
I don't think they promised you that.
I was earlier.
Well, that was earlier. This is the transaction. Okay?
I didn't call.
You didn't say you called.
See, I told you.
But you did. Did you call him earlier?
See, I told you.
Because he just told us, and we know the store told us.
I told you. Wait, is there anything that I can do?
You're good. You can stay right there.
They said the store told us? Did she go seek him out at work? Is that what happened?
No, is there anything that he's not?
No, man, you know he has no contact order by the judge. He can't be here.
Okay.
All right, bud.
You need her for anything?
No, we don't. We have her information already. So here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're gonna see a judge tomorrow morning. You're gonna be able to see her today. And it might be the same judge that gave you no contact order. Okay? That's it. From here on out, bud, until that case is resolved, you cannot come here. Okay? Or have contact with her, even if she invites you. Okay? She called us earlier and told us that you guys had a no contact order. Okay? She didn't want anything to do with it. Charged nothing. But we told her because it's domestic, send us what it has to. Okay? So, alright, but just make sure he's got nothing on him. Hey, do you have anything on you, alright, bud? Okay. We'll make that as cordial as can be. Okay? No problem, man, alright? What you say?
I'll do it right here.
I love you, babe.
No. It's all right, man. George, can we give mom see your photos? Just not there. I don't know it. What's the charges? So, the domestic battery charge that you got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge. Okay, whether she invites him or not, I know. He knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning, okay? He's now back. And he
So, yeah, Sarah did call the police after inviting him back. Does that not sound like a setup to you? Or I'm just going to play with my toy, and then when I don't want it anymore, I'm just going to call the police and have them take my toy away.
He knows, but he can't. No, he gets a no voting. Yeah, he gets when he gets in. If you have a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me, we'll give it to him. You don't know your mother's number? She had. If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him. You're not getting his mother's number. Yeah, make sure that.
So I think there's an important part here that maybe not everybody heard. Mr. Torres wants his mother called. Wants someone to call his mother. Well, Sarah has the phone. Sarah has the phone with the mother's number in it. And she's not really turning it over. And so now this other fellow at the scene is saying, well, maybe I can do it. And she's making an excuse for why she can't let that guy phone Mr. Torres' mother. So she is controlling the relationships and the communication, even in this situation when he needs his family.
From folder OCSO 19-078009. First item is a PDF of photographs. Second item is the single video starting with Axon.
He flew through those photographs.
at a bar, and you wanted to go home at 5.
No, we
Or
haven't.
you came home from a bar. Someone came home from a bar. Hey, who's that? What? Hey, George.
Yeah, watch out for the flying bar. Is she there? She's dead. Can you just repeat that? No problem.
What's going on tonight?
I haven't seen this one. So George is asleep when they come in. Sarah's the one awake. Interesting.
Yeah, you need a call.
Go, sis. Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
No, they're not staying on there.
Okay. And then you think this is playtime?
No, baby.
Sarah, are you serious?
Yeah, I don't want to be punched in the neck. Told you I will not hesitate.
You didn't think I'd do it. You didn't think I'd call the cops. I told you I wouldn't hesitate. Makes me wonder how many times she threatened him with the law to get him to comply.
Alright, go ahead. Because they're open class outside. Speak for class.
Oh, he's nice enough to actually taking your shoes from last time.
Ma'am, you want to try it for me?
Yes.
Did you have a wallet you want to bring with you or a cell phone? Okay.
Punch me in the neck again.
Sarah, you serious?
Am I allowed to put my door turned off?
Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you.
Well, we're going to go pause down here. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah. You sure you don't want me to watch it?
You can, come on. That'll work too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that just like her.
Did you hear that? He's crying. Man, she's the one who hit me, and I'm going. Wow.
Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
Alright. George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have you in handcuffs, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in the court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Okay. At any point hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? Alright. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything? Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement?
The guy's half asleep. The guy he was awoken from a sleep because she decided to get him, right? I mean, imagine how much is going through his head, and he's distraught, and he's going to go to jail again. When you go to jail, it affects your whole life.
Has any of that happened? No. Okay. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? All right. So, what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting at all.
Okay.
That's
What are you fighting?
her.
I want to take that in there for that. Huh?
Step 5, step 0, Century Circle number
Okay. I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
From him?
No, for her.
Okay.
That way you can fill this out while you're 10-12 with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
Mhm.
Okay. Listen. Why is he so angry? What happened? Okay. Can you explain the bruises she has? I don't know if I know it. So what's your version of what happened? You did it all the time, but you obviously you did nothing to her. You know, you're not any sense, no. You just said it wasn't your fault. So if you get very significant, you really get set up, you figured you could get it. That's all.
This is not the no contact thing someone was asking. She called on him claiming he did something to her. And I mean, he was asleep when they come in. And he said he was defending himself, and he doesn't, at this point now, he doesn't want to tell on her though. And doesn't that fit the description of battered spouse more so than Sarah's behavior?
Sarah? No, stay there.
Sitting on 22-20 and those means an hour ago. 56 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 3028 Riverdale, an hour ago via text message, code 32013.
Sorry about that. Sarah, stop calling for it. It's not allowed to come down there. I'm not going to change things. I don't know why. Because you got a total. You have a battery. And when I try to get the straight story, you don't want to give it to me.
I'm sitting this chair, please. You have your chance. All right. I've tried. All right. And now that you're going in the back of the car, you want to give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I've been nothing but polite to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers, and you're beating around the bush. I'm not.
So he tries to say self-defense, and he doesn't want to tell on her. And now the officers are angry with him. And he's being put in the police car. And they're being a little bit terse, right?
Yes, ma'am. Do not start kicking and banging on things, okay?
Sarah, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number?
It's not him asking, it's us.
You said, hey, what? Thank you.
This is verbal 711 and 10601 R2 at Long Farm, complainant versus the business reference on medical 2017. Like the be now, pretty sure we need a very non-CRB.
Can you guys not put on meeting?
Okay.
Please.
Fifth folder, OCSO 19-079759. First file is a PDF starting 48-2019. Second file is an audio file, 911 call, publishing.
It's not technically an emergency, just you guys have been there so many times before. I'm not there, but I'm just trying to go home.
What is the address?
4748 France Court.
What was the street name? Brant's Court?
France. F as in Frank, R-A-N-T-Z as in zebra.
Oh, is it France?
I don't know if it's there or not. I'm sorry?
Ma'am, is it France Lane?
I'm guessing so. It's France Court, but it always comes under France Lane.
Okay, what exactly is going on?
I would like to go home, but I can't go home because he's there.
Okay, do you have some sort of restraining order against him, or
He has a no contact.
is there an apartment number?
3.
1 second.
I'm at my former husband's house right now because I can't go home. I don't even know if he's there or not. He was there earlier, but I can't go home.
Okay, so do you want us to do a standby with you?
What do you mean?
Like, escort you to the residence, or I'm not understanding what you would like.
If I could please, can you guys go over there and just see if he's there? Pretty sure he locked me out earlier, so I think he's probably there still. I'm not going over there with him. I'm not.
Okay, does he live there?
No.
So, for those of you who don't already know, I'm going to point out something to you that's going to come up later. So, right now, she is saying she's locked out. She wants the police to go over there. Well, she ends up getting a ride home with the police, and she's saying she's locked out. But the place where she's at, which is her ex husband's, well, Brian, the ex husband, has a key. So instead of just getting the spare key, she makes she does this whole thing. Like, it's a big game. I'll just shut up and let you watch.
Okay, so how is he inside the residence then?
He has a key that he took.
Okay, so is he breaking into the apartment?
He's not breaking, he's already in the apartment. As far as I know, I don't know, like, if he's there or not. He knows where I had my key.
Okay, what we can do is we can meet you a block away from the residence and go with you to the residence.
I don't know. I tried calling him to ask him to leave if he's not already. So I have my 8-year-old that I'm trying to watch out for right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing.
She is claiming she has her 8-year-old that she needs to watch out for, but this is malarkey. This is her now using her child because the 8-year-old is at Brian's. And there was no plan for the 8-year-old to go home with her. And she wasn't looking out for her 8-year-old. It was, she's over there creating, disrupting the 8-year-old's routine. And Brian is looking out for her. So this is an example of her using now the child with 911. I don't think the jury's going to know that, though.
I just want to go home.
Okay, if you want to go home and you're not sure if he's there or not, we can meet you when you're about 5 minutes to a block away and go with you to make sure he's not there.
Okay, well... Okay. I'm about to be honest with you, kicked out of my apartment because you guys get calls so often and the brigade comes and this, that, and everything, and the neighbors complaining about everything, I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to go home.
Okay, regardless, the deputies are going to go to the apartment, whether it's with you, what I'm suggesting you do, or it's what you want to do. Just have them go to the apartment. So regardless, people are going to see that there's deputies going to that address.
Okay, so when I called you guys a couple of days ago, and they didn't make not a ruckus, but they made it incognito, which is what I need, because I'm going to get kicked out of my place.
Okay, when we do a standby, ma'am, all we're going to do is accompany you to the address and the deputy to make sure that he is not there, and then they will leave. If that's all that's going on in this situation right now that you're calling for, it's not going to be a big deal.
And what happens when he is there?
If he is there and you don't want him there, you can have him trespass. They're going to make sure he can leave. I mean, if he does not live there like you're saying, and he should not be in there, you can trespass him. You already have a no contact order with him. They will remove him.
Okay, well, there was an altercation earlier, and I'll be honest with you. There was an altercation earlier. So that's when he came in, the altercation happened. So that's when I left. I fled. Barefoot. Now I'm at my former husband's house.
She's not getting what she wants, so now she brings up an allegation. So they have to do what she wants.
Would you like the officers to meet you where you're at right now?
I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. So.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're wanting us to meet with you or go to your house, I mean,
I don't know what they're going to do. If they're either going to arrest anyone, arrest you, arrest him. That's all up to the deputy and what he concludes from the situation that's going on. So it's right now. It's just up to what you want to do right now. If you want to do a standby, we'll accompany you to the residence. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really just what you want to do.
I know. I just, I have to take my time to cut tomorrow. I just,
Or what I could do is I can have the deputy call you about the matter. If you want to speak to a deputy directly, and if you want to do that first before having us respond out there.
yes, please.
Okay. What's your name?
Sarah,
Hold on a second, Sarah.
thank you for your help. Actually, more ways than one.
And is the good phone number for you 407-716-8684?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to set up a call for a deputy to call you over the phone, so you can talk to them directly and see what they say about the situation. And when they call you, it'll be from a blocked or restricted number. So if you get a call like that, just make sure you answer. It's going to be the deputy, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If anything changes or you decide you just want us to come out to give us a call back, okay?
Yes. What was your name?
My name's Rachel.
Rachel, thank you so much for your help, and I've got the phone right here on the line.
Okay, perfect. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, and 4130 to the end.
Yeah, okay.
I'll take this with me, guys.
Yeah, both of these. Told me already.
Is there a back door or a sliding door?
Yes.
She's pretending she can't open the door for them. Meanwhile, where she was just at, where the police went and picked her up to give her a ride home, well, that place, Brian had the spare key. So this is a big game. Is this the one where she says put the fear of the police into him? Is this the one? Listen for that.
Tigo, that's all, just let us know. Well, thought that was open for a second. Locked. That's all.
And he wants the back too.
You have the back locked.
Anyway, you wanna call your ex-husband? You have a phone?
Sorry.
There's a charger in that.
It's not in the house.
Excuse me?
It's not safe. It's not in there. Just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside, so he's inside. That's what I'm getting.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that Sarah wanted them to actually kick in the door because it would be very dramatic and she could say to the neighbors, oh my gosh, he was in there. The police had to kick down the door.
The keys in the house is not coming to the door, but if I have my spare key, I can't get in. If there's no other way of getting in the house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me my spare key? Yes, please. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
Where's he live on that?
I'm sorry?
You said that's your ex?
Last night, right up the street. He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Is your, do you think is your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
My place.
Okay. What? The boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know.
Somebody
that's
did?
pretty.
Yes.
Okay. Is he not coming with you?
No.
Okay.
No.
He was arrested last week for bad eating.
You guys actually want to take a picture right here? You can see that. Not personal, but-
Saw he was arrested before, was that also like a month ago?
Last week.
Yeah, but that's why I called you. And again, I was sleeping.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
Really God knows.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
2 drinks, and that was what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is this part here? Or is that something, so these two windows right there?
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
It's a bike that I bought from.
See a little bit of movement on the side.
It's either that or my dog. I have a divine dog and a deaf dog.
Oh, gotcha.
So I have a feeling it's probably tennis. Just the deaf one.
Does he have anywhere else to go? Or is this the only place you have?
His parents' house.
Where's that at?
15 Boulevard. It's on the street next to where the Christmas tree is. You know where that is.
Oh, gotcha.
Guys, can I say something now?
Sure.
If both doors are locked, he has to be in there.
Why is that? He can't lock it from the outside?
No.
Doesn't he have a key here for any of them?
Unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did, he has to be in there. Especially with the back door.
Is the spare key, was the spare key in that house?
No, I hate it outside because he locks me out all the time.
Someone's asking, is this the video where the police drove her from Brian's house? Yes. So it looks like that part is not being shown to the jury. So what happened, for those who don't know, remember on the call, Sarah says, well, I have an 8-year-old I have to take care of. Well, the police ended up going to Brian's house, and Sarah drags the 8-year-old out to say hi to the police. So, really dragging the 8-year-old into this adult situation, right? And then the 8-year sends the 8-year-old off back into the house with Brian, and she gets in the cop car, gets a ride home, and we see it from there. Bizarre how she wouldn't just take the spare key that Brian has, right? And she's saying, oh, yeah, she hides keys all over and he locks her out all the time. Well, if you're afraid, why are you leaving keys around where you know he knows where they are? At the end of this, listen too, because at the end, she's going to say, can I have a friend over?
So I'm gonna say that then. If those doors are locked, we have to in there. Y'all can have to y'all can open the door.
Hey, you're gonna stay outside till we make sure nobody's inside.
I'll do that. Thank you so much.
Hang out here.
I'm not going in there. There's no weapon. There's no weapon.
Ask for a minute. Ask for a minute.
That's Lucas.
Reference building, sir.
I know, but.
County 124, Charlie.
Sorry, Rita's saying this is not the one where she asked to have the friend over afterwards. Okay, sorry, I might be wrong. There are so many.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building search? Are you making announcements? Yeah.
You guys don't have to shoot that.
Man, we have a way to do things. Just let us do our thing, okay? Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out. Go letter. Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out. I got a dog. George! Hey, puppy. Yeah? We have a ton of plants on the right side.
That's when you get that stairwell, just fuck your,
Yeah.
right up, or don't pull up, that's when you got up. George! Please!
So officers are going into this place in the dark, you know, having been told like there's this violent guy in there. So they're going to be concerned about their safety, right? This thing can go sideways so easily. Everybody's at risk. Everybody's inconvenienced. How many lives have been turned upside down as a result of her behavior? How many hearts broken? How much money spent? Resources that could be better put elsewhere? How much has she cost? So many. Sorry, I'm on a rant. I'm just so mad about the whole thing.
If you're up there, let us know, because we're coming up anyway.
Go ahead. Run whenever you're comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Open door right there.
I think that's the kid's bedroom.
Okay.
Yes, DVs are the most dangerous calls. Even if it sounds like it's all going to be good, they're awful.
Just get that way for me.
I got it.
Someone come in and bring me going that way.
Show your hands. Come on with your hands up. George, step out with your hands up.
Put your hands behind your head.
Hey, turn around. Face away from me. Turn around. Walk back to me. Walk back. Walk back. Just paint his name right now. Why did you tell us? Interrupted. Huh? I don't think you heard. There's a reason you're sitting in the bathroom. That's what.
And one point, they're trying to run it all up. 10 mils is good. Go back to normal.
Hey guys, can I?
Before we go, we're not doing anything right now. Alright, we're not taking out room. I'm gonna take you out of this bed right here.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happened today? You got a light here?
Yeah.
You just haven't pulled the thing?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't even know what the heck happened.
There's a reason you're hiding the bathroom, so don't act like we're not up here for no reason.
No, I know that.
Okay, so
I am in the bathroom because we had a discussion and as usual, and I am in the wrong.
okay. What?
I am with what is it called? It's called
No contact for it.
no. But we
How long have you been here? How many days since you got released? When did you get released? Because you were arrested last week, right?
Yeah.
Alright, when did you get out?
Let's say 3 days ago or something like
It was
that.
on the weekend?
Yeah,
Today's Wednesday, or was it Monday? Or was it this weekend or was it Monday?
the weekend.
Okay. After that, did you guys talk and come back here? Yeah. This weekend? And everything was fine between you two? Till tonight? What happened tonight?
I don't know what happened tonight.
George? So you're caught standing in front of you. You're hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. That's not for no reason. Right?
Wifey is nuts, and she always freaking starts stuff, and she.
So that's what I'm asking. I'm telling you. Tell me what happened.
She puts it on me
Okay. She puts it on you.
all the time.
Well, you're not. None of that gives me any insight as to what happened tonight. You
Nothing.
both are very big. She's very big. You're very big. Any more than big,
What is she being big about?
I can't discuss what she's discussing until you discuss to me. Right?
We just want to hear your side of things, but this
Oh, everybody wants to hear my side.
Yeah.
All the time.
Georgia General did. Okay. Because this isn't the first incident between you two.
No, I know
She's been
that.
arrested as well, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me what happened. Y'all drinking?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. I can smell alcohol on her. So I know I already knew that, obviously. But
We've been going through a lot. Right now, I work at Ace right here across the street. We're going through a lot, and they're about to shut down and whatnot.
that Ace?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell her I'm coming second.
May I please have some water?
Just wait.
I don't believe it. I mean, I do. She just sent the cops in. And this is a potentially highly volatile, dangerous situation, both for the police and the man she loves. And she knocks on the door and asks for a glass of water. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, yeah, I forgot. She wants what she wants, when she wants it, how she wants it, and her desires trump everybody's needs. Nobody is the world revolves around her. Everybody is just her puppet.
You can't drink that for right now? Oh, you can't come in here for right now. Okay, you're gonna have to wait. Give us a couple minutes.
Are you injured in any way?
No.
Any shape, fashion?
No.
Did she injure you today? Did she hurt you? Maybe emotionally or whatever? Any physical injuries? No?
I'm the one. I'm always the one.
You're the only one saying that. You're not saying that.
I'm always the one.
But you're the only one saying that. Nobody here's saying that. But if you don't help me, how can I help you? If you don't tell me what happened, how can I help you?
That's my woman.
Okay. Sometimes that's what it is. Is that as much as you want to give me?
What's he saying?
George, I told you I can't say that. You're not going to tell me what's something I can't. I'm not going to tell you what she told me just so you know exactly what it is. I can't feed you information. Why don't you ever call us?
Why?
Why not?
Would you call you? Would you call?
Look.
Wow. I like what this officer is doing because not every officer would think to do this, right? He's asking, did she injure you? Did she hurt you? And of course, as a male victim, he's really reluctant to say, right? And I like that this officer said, even emotionally. So the officer is validating in that moment that, hey, just because you're a man doesn't mean you can't be emotionally hurt. And you know what? You matter. And to all the men out there, you matter. If someone's abusing you, it's not okay. It's not okay. Anyway, I like how the officer took his time. It would be easy to say, you don't want to make a statement? Fine. You're under arrest because we have our reasonable probable grounds. I think they call it probable cause there. So I appreciate that he keeps trying. And Mr. Torres says, if I called you, would you come? And how many, and you know what? Female victims feel like this too sometimes. But what is the point? Talk about learned helplessness. Talk about a sense of resignation. I'm always the one who's wrong. Nobody can help me. Nobody's coming for me. Wow. Very powerful, I think.
I've never been in that position, so I can't say.
That is your beefcake.
It ain't like that. My girlfriend's home, she's crazy, so.
I am, what am I gonna say? I'm actually wrong right now.
You're in the wrong right now?
Yes.
No matter what way you're saying you're in the wrong? No matter what way you cut it?
No way, shape, or form, you know that I am.
I can respect the responsibility because most guys won't even take responsibility.
You're gonna take me in no matter what.
Well, that ain't actually necessarily true. I take girls to jail all the time, but that are dating all the time.
No, you're gonna take me in because I did the no contact.
You know what that no contact said?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
What did it say?
I am fucked.
What are you not supposed to do?
Oh man, you're the one that took me last time. How you?
I think it was better than all wasn't me. I don't work this side. Yeah, they're not. They're a little similar. They look a little. Our hairstyle's the same. Yeah. Yeah. It's not the same guy. I promise. No, I promise you. I would remember you. This is not me. But what did no contact order tell you? What did the judge tell you?
Not you don't know. You're in contact with her at all.
What about in relation to this place? Are you allowed to come back?
Oh yeah, no. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: you just have no place to go?
No, I've got a place to go. But
Your mom's place?
yeah.
They still over there by the Twisty Tree?
Yeah.
I do my homework.
But before you guys take me, can I get at least shoes?
What kind of shoes you want? You want some comfy ones, some fly ones?
Like those get no fly ones.
These? I like these leather ones.
Get the blue ones again.
This one right here?
Yes.
What shirt you want?
And that black one right there.
This black shirt?
Yes.
You want socks?
Yes, they're right there.
You got a wallet? Phone?
My phone's downstairs.
Yes, sir. Have a wallet.
Not that shirt. Whatever.
There's another black shirt that's comfy. It's this one. Is that the other one? They're both inside out. I don't know.
The Ace? Yeah.
You like the Ace one?
Yes.
Alright, we'll do that one.
Can I please, sir?
Please what? What do you need?
So I can put them on?
Oh yeah, we'll handle that in a second. Let's get the shoes on.
Okay.
Where do you say the socks were?
Yes.
Is black or white?
The white ones.
Okay.
How you guys been together?
3 years.
3 years, really. That's always behind us?
My phone's somewhere in the house. It's already.
Oops. I just want to make a remark about what a good job this officer is doing. He is engaging, he's using humor, he's letting there be long pauses. He's treating the accused in this situation, the accused was Mr. Torres. He is treating him with some dignity. You know, what shirt do you want? Allowing or letting him know, you know what, it's okay to talk to me, that sort of thing. And in saying all this and how well this officer is responding to this member of the public, remember that only moments before, from the officer's point of view, they've got their guns drawn. They are going into a super dangerous situation, or what they believe to be, right? It's statistically high. There's a high number of officer injury and deaths in those situations. Those guys know that going into that house. And when your adrenaline is up like that, right? Like you're faced with literally your life being at risk. So in there, they're going in there, high stress. And it's, to me, remarkable, because I know what that's like, right? So it's remarkable to me how quickly those officers were able to chill out themselves. When your adrenaline goes up, it's like there are autonomic responses, so it's really difficult. So I just wanted to stop and compliment the officers on how well they're doing here.
I'll ask her.
Okay.
Just step up right here for me, please. I just gotta get him straight. Oh, you're okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Just a quick question. He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know his phone.
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
I'm not going to find myself. Wait. I need my car keys.
Okay. They're not on here. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere. They're not on here because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
If it's supposed to ask him where they are, please.
Okay.
I only have one, sir.
Okay. You don't know where his phone is? Okay. She's asking about her car keys. She said should we ask him where they are?
He doesn't have nothing in his pocket, so.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's up behind your vehicle.
Yeah, do you want to just take number?
Okay, yeah.
No, he didn't have anything to find. Can we take pictures real quick? You don't mind? We're gonna take one overall.
No, they are.
Man, do you mind? Stay right there. Actually, a little more this way, so we don't get the police car in.
You said what? You want me to shine a light on it? You close?
No, actually, okay. He didn't have anything in his pockets.
I'm gonna go on this side one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're gonna be coming this way, so if you want. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
One dog's sleeping downstairs and one's in your bedroom.
Coming from the area, someone else seen or heard from?
You have any other questions? I'm sure they're in there somewhere.
That's it for that exhibit. The state is at the pleasure of the court and the jury if we want to proceed.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
I'm just going to try and fast forward past the approach.
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. The state still has some additional evidence to place into evidence. It's about an hour or so. Now, I know I got a note this morning, we can't stay past 5:30. So the question I have for y'all is, are you okay with staying until 5:30? Or do you want to go ahead and call it an evening at this point in time? I leave it to you. It's 5 o'clock. 5:03, exactly.
I say keep going. Does anyone reject?
If Lauren can stay.
I think we can stay.
5:30, correct, though? That's my understanding. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, State, you may continue.
Commission published 21, which was P for identification.
You may proceed, sir. Are they audio or video?
It will be video, thank you.
Are these redacted, counselor?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I have an instruction just to read to you with regard to States 21 that you just saw.
That was 22.
I'm sorry, States 22, forgive me. Members of the jury, you have viewed and listened to video and audio recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recordings have been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you viewed, listened to, and consider this evidence. Thank you. State, you may proceed.
States 21's DVD and its main folder is labeled a folder of attachments, and then there's a file labeled extraction going into folder attachments. first file being published is img_0665.mov. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever you leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave.
Yes, just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house.
Yes.
Exit.
Just let me know where you're going so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No.
Yank.
No. Just let me know where you're going so I know where you're at. So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like shit. Where's she at? I know where you told me you were going to be in. So that way I can go.
So I'm not allowed to have friends.
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I need to go see Boo.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends by yourself because you know what's happened already. You understand what I'm saying?
So I get to go see Boo.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get to go see Boo.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying though?
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search. Date modified indicates 12/29/19, 12:26 p.m.
Hi. Fuck you.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright. Alright, so this is my jeez, you gotta put it all on my face, dude. I know you're filming me, but you gotta put it on. What the fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rushed.
Yeah, you're bum.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So, the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. I've been trying. Pardon me. The phone. Man. I've been trying to get some of that right there. She's on some other shit. I don't know what's going on. She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm cooler than you.
And, yeah, you are. You are cooler than me. You are cooler than me. She cooler than me. She is beyond cooler than me.
And I want to get this on film tape. Did I take you serious tonight?
No.
Can I take you serious to the beach?
No.
But who was blaming on?
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better? I don't want darkness because you're not dark. Ah, ooh, there she goes. There she goes. What are you filming? You filming me filming you? You filming me filming you?
What's the latest thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watched porno. Hey. Wait. It stopped.
You might have said.
I got it. Also, I was watching porno with my she don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not a big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
I'm gonna trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my shoulders.
Say it. Begged.
Yes.
Pled. Cried.
You begged.
I didn't. You did.
Well, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled.
And
cried. For me to trust you.
For you to trust me. But, again, I'm not sure.
Did you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But.
Good.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12.
I just need to pause for a second and catch my breath. Do you feel like that? Wow. I mean, she beat him down. Kimberly, I am sending you a virtual hug. And I'm not a huggy person, believe me. Wow. Just looking at the chat here for a second. This is not something any of us had seen before, I don't think. Yeah, Kimberly, people in the chat are sending you hugs. Hugs all around for everyone who wants them, and for those who don't, we're good. Okay. Yeah, she beat him down. So we've taken a second. I needed a second. I'm going to keep going. Y'all okay with that? So we're all here together. I know I'm not pausing a lot. Just remember, we're all here together. At any point, you do what you need to do to take care of yourselves. All right, here goes.
12:29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Yeah. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now?
No, ma'am.
How much alcohol did you drink?
Enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
Okay. I haven't bothered you since then. go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, do it tomorrow.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for two people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything. So sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
By telling you about my first day at work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing too. Not just first day of work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the fourth highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't need.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car. Midway sentence. Because you're not into baseball.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs.
Yeah.
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this, like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning.
You interrupted me in the car. Really? This is incredible. Now tell me, people, how would this be viewed if this was a man doing this to a woman? Look at what she's doing to him. This is I am so angry right now that, I can't even say publicly what I'm thinking.
I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was alcohol. I know how much was in there. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
I'm not despicable. I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
You're not going to remember shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me. You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How is that?
Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out,
Get the fuck out of here.
I dare you. Yep, look at it. Wait, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe. Like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming me with this looking way. Good night, Sarah. Love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not going to have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's going to be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's going to go off. Truth. Facts. Truth and facts. All of this is going to be mentioned later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
So it's going to be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when I
All day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes. Even when I shave all of this off.
All day.
It's going to be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing
I'm
boing.
going to say 9:30. 7 o'clock maybe.
Shaboing boing. That's what we're doing later on. Shaboing boing. You can stop filming now.
Not good enough.
It's going to be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day. Boone. Cut! Somebody come in with the, can somebody come in with the, can you not?
I gathered from that he was going to get rid of his facial hair because that's what she wanted. Like he's promising it's all going to be gone. So, I mean, she's controlling to such an extreme degree. She is dehumanizing him. You're not allowed to treat prisoners like that.
Next file is image underscore 093.mov. Metadata date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's 6:13 and I asked him not to play music. Because I told him that I was going to go to shit.
Next file is image img underscore 0975.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
Time.
Sirens, 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 sirens. Sirens and sirens and sirens. And this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and call me Camille underneath it?
Yeah, how about we forget about that? No, we won't.
I'll never be.
No. How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that, whatever. I want to listen to that. It's every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you going to be nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you. I just
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much like this.
Don't ever be a woman.
How can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can somewhat understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. Somewhat understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from. But when you have a child and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with them. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and you stole my phone and called
I
Graham.
got out of sorts. Why is it that I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed you. I didn't push you. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drink too much, and you're upset.
Drink too much.
Go get your fuck card shit.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
You know, one of the things that's coming to mind is he doesn't have a crystal ball. He can't look in the future. He's not the one recording this. he is not speaking for a future audience. He's not collecting evidence to use against her, right? It's the other way around. And he has no reason to lie. And she's being pretty aggressive. And he's saying, I didn't hit you, right? He's not the one being aggressive. So think about when you listen to the different narratives, at the point that you hear them, I mean, or at the point where they're told, who has a reason to lie? It's not him.
I'm turning this off.
Tell me whatever else you have off. I get it. You can film me, take a picture of whatever you want.
You can tell you're on.
I'm not doing.
Do I forget about it? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yet.
It's not a yet. I will not.
Mr. J.
It is 5:28, and we have 3 minutes and 49 seconds of videos if the jury is capable of staying.
I got a thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
Next image or movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
I understand. This is what happens when going upstairs to ask for where my car keys are. Because it takes you all the time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Where are you at with that? What are you talking about?
No, they're not. You took them.
Sarah, I didn't take your car keys. David?
Where are my car keys?
Where they at? All the time. What in the world are you talking about? They're in the... they're there with it.
No, they're not.
Sarah. They're at the...
No, they're not. You took them. I watched you walk away with them.
Why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now?
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
Movie starting with file name B51, long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m. modified.
I'm going to go to court and I'm going to tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand. It's an isolated situation. It has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments. but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss
this case.
Closed.
Drop it. She is not that type of person.
Good person.
Great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sonic.
What?
And they did.
Good, I love you, baby. God will prevail and will take us out of this situation. Love you.
That'll be it for today, Judge.
All right. Keep your lights back on. That'll work. Members of the jury, it is 5:33 p.m. I thank you again for your time and your service in this matter. I'm going to give you another investigation to get it even. So just try computers.
I think that's it. I am going to switch screens here. I need to check on everybody and we need to talk. Wow. Okay. How is everybody? People are shocked. I mean, I didn't always knew. Once I got a beat on her, I knew all of this was going to be much worse than what anyone thought. I still think it is much worse than what we've seen. I think it's much worse than what we know. And what happened that night of the alleged hide and seek, I don't believe there was any hide and seek. We are never going to know, I don't think. So, Frauke says, I'm way less worried that she's going to walk. Yeah. I didn't do group therapy, guys. I just sat here with you. Yeah, someone's saying I need a sun bath. Oh, yeah. It's cold up here. I can't take a sun bath. CJ and PA says, yeah, her documentary finally got played. Yep. Scully officer, I do hope this makes her famous. Yes, to expose female abusers and the fact that it's not okay to abuse a man. And saying it's not okay to abuse a man does not take anything away from abused women, right? I know a lot of you were as upset as I was at a lot of this. Yeah, I'm seeing people saying words like devastated, heartbroken. I thank you all for being kind to each other. We're kind of all watching this together. And I'm hearing you. I'm hearing what you're saying about how you feel it completely makes sense. It's normal for you to be upset. Oh, Rayanne says, yeah, no wonder Owens kept trying to stall this afternoon. Elizabeth says she used the police to abuse him further. Yeah. Thank you, Morgan. Yeah, she was using the system against him. Oh, interesting. Somebody said men are accused of toxic masculinity, but women play on this. Very interesting. I think that's a long conversation. Thank you, Ada. Stacy's saying, I feel like today was the prosecutor's mic drop. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really glad I had you guys to to watch this with me. Yes, Jane saying I need to hug my lovely husband. Yeah. Do you have a man in your life who you love, a good guy, brother, father, partner, whatever? Today's a good day to say, "Hey, I really appreciate you. You know what? You really matter." It's a good day to do that. Oh, some people are being triggered by the insults. A number of you know what it's like to suffer narcissistic abuse. Yep. Cat Lady is asking, do you think the jury will see through Sarah with these videos? I don't know. Like, you'd have to be blind and deaf to not see it, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Amy says, now I'm 100% convinced that she hit him with the bat. Yeah, upstairs, like, and put him in the suitcase. Yeah. Jane is saying, sending love and hugs to everyone, along with a contribution to the stick fund for Watson. Thank you. Peter saying, I think I need to take a bath in my tomato juice. I feel like I should probably get that, but I don't understand the tomato juice part. Did you get sprayed by a skunk? Someone saying, I need to force my eyes to blink. Yeah. So just to let you know, I mean, a lot of you are experienced trial watchers, and so, you know, you've seen this stuff. It might happen that what you've seen today, particularly at the end of the day, might come up in your mind throughout the day. You're making supper, putting the kids to bed, doing something else. You know, you might hear his voice. You might see his face. You might feel some heartbreak for him. If that happens, and that may not happen, you may turn off YouTube and go about your life and it doesn't come up. That is normal. That's okay too. But if it happens that these things come up, just know that you're not crazy. It's okay. You're just being human. It's okay to take a minute and acknowledge it and say, yeah, that really sucks. And then move on. I want to. Someone's been praying for George. Amy said, I knew the rebuttal case would be revealing. I didn't expect this much. Okay, Addie says, if you feel bad, remind yourself she will never take a free step in the world again. Hope you're right, Addie. Hope you're right. And you know, I'm glad that there are enough people willing to think about the fact and willing to accept the fact that a man can be a victim. I think that's really important. Kimberly, that's why it's so good. We're all here together. We all feel the same way. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, we can have difference of opinions on various facts or whatever, but we're all human. Disgruntled or a gruntled woman says, I just did hug my husband. Yeah. Angie can't stop crying. Yeah, I get it. And you know what? It's okay to talk to somebody. Please don't continue to feel, if you're feeling really sort of overwhelmed or on the edge, really make yourself take a step away. You know the term doom scrolling? You know, you want to go take that break, go fill your head with something else. even if for a little while. I know some people are watching like everything Sarah Boone and just consuming everything, but really take that break and get grounded in reality. Listen to something beautiful. Hold something precious. Think of something life affirming. Do something for somebody. That does wonders for your well-being. If you want to come back and consume more Sarah Boone, then fine, but please do take the breaks. Dorky Dragon, went to the gym, pumped iron. Yeah. Oh, got up from nap, my jaw hit the floor. Yeah. Yeah. And oh yeah, Giovanna, when George said God will prevail, oh my gosh. I got chills. Kimberly says she was standing in her kitchen watching all this and her feet are killing her because she stood and stayed with us all day. Somebody saying I gotta call a friend. That's a great idea. Great idea. Rel watches something funny before going to sleep. Yeah, I make sure I'm careful about what I put into my head right at bedtime. I used to work and work and work until bedtime. But I found that, a lot of the images and things I was dealing with at work would come up in my dreams. It was really unhealthy. So I intentionally put something else into my head just before bed. It helps. Scully says, I've waited for so long to know what else the detectives had on her. I feel such a relief and sadness at the same time. Scully, I think a lot of us feel similarly. Yeah, somebody's gonna have some tea. Christine says George was watching from above. Yeah, watch funny stuff before bed. Love your fur babies. Definitely. And Tyler, is there another 30 minutes of videos? Or was that it? Yeah, Shanna the banana. Let George be a beacon of hope for the people suffering currently and shed light on men also being victims. Yeah, DV is complicated. It's not it's not black and white. It's just I don't know. It doesn't fit all the stereotypes we want it to fit, right? I said earlier people are messy. So Al says there's more, I think. Oh, okay. So you're telling me there's more video? Good gosh. I think this was a good place to stop. I know at one point I needed to, for my own self, I needed to just stop and just breathe for a second. And then there's text messages tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, people are saying, this is worse than I thought. So I'm really glad that Mr. Torres maybe is finally being heard. It is just heartbreaking that it didn't happen before. Kimberly, don't you think what she did to him in these videos went way past DV? This is the kind of thing that happens in DV, right? There's a whole spectrum that goes on. I mean, I've seen things that would make your hair stand on end. So, does it go beyond DV? Well, it is DV. So, I'm not sure how to answer it. It's on the spectrum, right? That sorry, not spectrum, continuum, right? So you're asking, is what she did technically DV or is it something else? So Kimberly, you're saying it was more like he was a prisoner of war. Well, but that's what domestic violence victims go through. They are like prisoners. And the tactics of the abuser can be different in different cases. It's all very specific, right? So an abuser is going to use what is most effective with this victim, and that might not be effective with another victim. Another victim might be enduring something else. And the whole thing with battered spouse is the victim can't leave. And there are psychological reasons as well why they can't leave. And I would argue that the psychological reasons are stronger than, say, financial reasons or reasons around fear. There's a real psychology here. And when you liken this to a POW, that is pretty accurate, right? Just think of the psychology of a prisoner. It's not really that different. You heard them talk about learned helplessness and all that. And those of you who have seen narcissists or other type of abusers, you've seen them act real charming and nice. But you know that behind closed doors, it's a different story. So I'm glad that the prosecutor got to show some stuff behind closed doors. Dominique says, yes, she did physically abuse him. Yes, people saw marks, not just his brother, but people in the complex. And the police, it's documented by the police that there were marks. So there is just so much that would keep him trapped. And that's very similar. So when you see a DV victim, male or female, and you think, oh, well, why doesn't she just leave? Well, it's not actually that easy. If it was simple, then that's what everybody would do. Yeah, Bumbles is talking about trauma bond. Oh, Kimberly's saying you don't know anything about DV. Well, thank goodness. I'm glad for you that you don't, and I hope you never do. So it's good though to find out these things. Yeah, this was what I think Sarah figured she could pick and choose off her phone what was going to be used, and she was going to use all those pictures of herself. Carrie B says, even though this is triggering, it's also validating because they say the same things. It's not about the victim. Yeah. It's always the fault of the abuser. And so many victims think, if I was just nicer, if I just had dinner ready on time, okay, he doesn't like this friend, maybe I won't see this friend. If I just listened to better, I mean, you pick something, pick anything. If I just did this thing, he would, or she wouldn't do this to me. But you know what? It's never enough. And we saw from Sarah, I said early on, doesn't matter what you give her, it's never enough. Bankowitz said no lawyer is going to be good enough, although she did find somebody she likes quite fine. It's never enough. So it's not the victim's fault. Kimberly's asking about the way he was in silhouette while she humiliated him. I don't know if she did that on purpose or not. I don't know. Thank you, Mad Mystic. My ex-husband never physically touched me, but tormented me for years, verbally, emotionally, psychologically. Those wounds take longer to heal. Yeah, they really do. See, a broken bone heals. The psychological stuff, man, that's a head trip. And if you punch me in the face and I have a black eye, I can go around and say, see what he did to me? I got a black eye. But if you mess with my head, I might not be able to explain that to anybody. Right? And you know what else they do? They'll run around and vilify the victim and make sure that no one believes that victim. You see it with women where the guy will run around and say, she's crazy, man. And so when she discloses, nobody believes her. Well, it works the same with male victims. And you saw Sarah run around the complex making sure she told everybody who would listen how wonderful she was and how awful he was. So, and she has pushed her narrative all along. She's practiced at it. And you know what? There are a lot of people who believe her. And poor George saying, if I called for help, would you have come? That was brutal. Acquired Taste says coercive control is a big no-no in Great Britain. Yeah, they actually have laws, right? And those of you in the chat, if you're from the UK, if you're from Great Britain and you know about those laws, maybe you can elucidate us. I would like to see laws here like that. PM13 is saying, plea deal, anyone? Yeah. Let's go for a submission of the maximum sentence. Yes, Kimberly saying narcissists do that to the victims too. They get their victims all riled up. And then when the victim reacts, the narcissist says, see, look at that. They're crazy. And there were moments in these videos, or in one in particular, I thought, I think she's trying to get him to hit her. That I remember during one of them thinking that. So, Bumbles is saying, after all this, Sarah still didn't get a diagnosis of NPD. And Bumbles is saying, trust your gut. And if if you think someone's an abuser, then trust your gut. And I want to tell you that you don't have to be NPD to be an abuser. So, yeah, trust your gut and check your reality with somebody else, right? Somebody who's safe. Okay, guys. I think so. The viewers are dropping off. I think I'm going to end the chat. Is everybody okay if I do that? I'm just waiting for your responses. Make sure you're okay. All right. If you're not okay, please talk to somebody. All right. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you tomorrow morning.